Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Well, we've got one thing and one thing only to talk about tonight, space fans, so I guess we pick it right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts. Otherwise, you might go floating off into that deep dark void. Space fams, good to see you all here on this Tuesday evening. State of the galaxy. Tonight, things not looking great. Not gonna bother you all with the preamble. All of that. This is not a normal stream. So, let's get right to it.
If we fall for, a bunch of ding ding pong 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 sounds provocative, tweets funny, sounds provocative, tweets funny, sounds provocative, tweets funny, sounds provocative, tweets funny, sounds provocative, tweets funny,
Bing, bing. No, she's got this goofy friend. She's a basket case. Donald Trump. Oh, boy. Goofus.
There you go, people. Remix from Facebook. A presidential remix to get us started on the presidential State of the Union with Donald Trump's favorite guy, Barack Obama. All right, let's get to it. CNN from yesterday. The very best numbers on CNN with the great Harry Emden. Harry, take it away.
CNN's Harry Anton is running the numbers on this one for us. Harry, what's your take with what you're looking at on how people are feeling about how Trump is doing in this moment?
Yeah, okay. I would borrow the phrasing of Tony Blair, of course, the former Prime Minister of Great Britain, saying weak. It was weak over there in the United Kingdom. It was weak here in the United States when it comes to President Trump. Okay, Trump's net approval rating. Look at all the pre-SOTUS polls, the State of the Union. Look at this. Okay, we're at this point. Look at that. Negative 27 points. My goodness gracious, the snow is up to the knees here in New York City, and Trump seems to be well underneath it at this point. Compare that to where he was in 2020, 2019, and 2018 in term one going into those State of the Unions. Minus 10, way lower now. Minus 15, way lower now. Minus 15, way lower now. The bottom line is this. Donald Trump has never been weaker going into a State of the Union address, according to our CNN polling, than he is right now, and weaker by a considerable amount.
So this is his first term to his second term.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Yeah, okay. It's not just that Donald Trump is breaking records compared to himself when it comes to State of the Unions. He's breaking records compared to other presidents at this point going into a State of the Union. What are we talking about? Look at all the 21st century presidents on your screen right here. About at this point in the second term going into the State of the Union. Trump at minus 27 points. Obama was at minus 15 points. George W. Bush was at minus 11 points. You don't have
There's an old saying in Tennessee. I know.
27 points is considerably lower than minus 15 or minus 11. So Trump isn't just
Shame
weaker
on-
than he's ever been going into a State of the Union address.
Shame on
He's
you.
weaker than any other president this century going into
You
a
fool
State
me,
of
we can't
the
get
Union
fooled
address
again.
at this point in their second term.
You're talking about it all throughout the show as we're going through these numbers, but talk about what is driving this drop for the president.
What is driving this drop? I said record was the name of the game when it came to this segment, right? Talking about the lowest Trump has ever been going into the State of the Union, the lowest that any president has been this century going into a State of the Union at this point in their presidency. It is also the weakest that Donald Trump has ever been with independence. Look at this drop. We've been talking about it the past few months. At this point, a year ago, Donald Trump was at minus 13 points. Look at this. Minus 47 points among independents, the lowest Donald Trump has ever been in either of his two terms as president with independents. That is driving these numbers. When you're 47 points underwater with independents, that's the name of the game.
Setting records like no other president has ever before. Very best disapproval rating, negative 47 points. Great job. Doing great. Everybody loves me. Everybody loves me. It's going super good. I'm trending. So hot, very hot right now.
And they tell the trendies that the trendies go, rip me off. Get into it. Jump up and down. Going, I mean, that's what we're dealing with here, and I'm sick of it.
I'm sick of it. Sick of
Rid
it.
of the Second Amendment.
U.S. President Donald Trump is set to give his first formal State of the Union speech of his second term on Tuesday, and it's likely to be a long night of choreographed tension and conflict. Trump's speech comes just days after the U.S. Supreme Court overturned his signature global tariffs. Trump has sharply criticized the 6 justices who voted to strike them down, including 2 he appointed and Chief Justice John Roberts.
Justices who ruled against this
Very nasty
policy,
liberal
striking
John
it down.
Roberts.
Are they still invited to your State of the Union
Yeah.
next week? And will you still speak with them?
They are invited, barely.
Andrew Smith, a political science professor at the University of
Barely
New Hampshire,
invited.
says the Supreme Court's fresh decision is likely to heighten the suspense during Trump's State of the Union address.
Barely invited, but invited. You remember the fake State of the Union from last year when he patted, I think he patted John Roberts on the back. Didn't he go and pat John Roberts on the back and thank him for his great ruling? Great ruling, John. Great job. Barely invited this year, nasty John. Ruled against me one time out of 3,000
My sense
times.
is, given the Supreme Court decision on tariffs, that he will be coming out swinging against Democrats. I think there'll probably be more attacks in this State of the Union than typically is the case.
Trump's speech also comes amid a sagging approval rating on his handling of the economy, with November's midterm elections in focus. Meanwhile, Democrats, who need to flip just 3 Republican-held seats in the House of Representatives to win a majority, have blamed Trump's tariffs for exacerbating the rising cost of living.
But it's probably more critical for the president to do a good job in the State of the Union address, because in midterm elections, the president's party almost always loses seats.
Wow, a lot of pressure riding on this speech for the president. Oh God, it's gotta be tough for him. It's gotta be tough. It's gotta be tough. So much riding on this speech. That's why it's gonna be 2 hours long.
The House of Representatives is razor thin already. If the Republicans lose 5-10 seats, which is well in range, they could even lose 20 seats this year. That means that President Trump's last 2 years in office are really going to be hamstrung by congressional resistance that he hasn't faced these first 2 years.
In recent years, defining moments of presidential speeches have often been confrontational, as in 2009 when Republican Joe Wilson heckled former President Barack Obama.
The reforms I'm proposing would not apply to those who are here illegally. It's not true.
This year, Democrats may use the stage to protest, as former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi did when she ripped up her copy of Trump's speech in 2020.
I would not be surprised to see kind of on-the-floor demonstrations by Democratic members of Congress. And I think you're going to see a lot of cameras trained on those people to see what the reactions they're going to have for Trump.
After the speech, newly elected Virginia Governor Abigail Spanberger, a Democrat, will deliver the traditional televised response.
Ah, yes.
I don't want to see him kissing goblins, ingratiating goblins, in bed with a goblin. I don't want to see him kissing goblins, succubus with goblins, ingratiating goblins, in bed with a goblin. I don't want to see him kissing goblins, ingratiating goblins, in bed with a goblin. I don't want to see him kissing goblins, ingratiating goblins, in bed with a goblin. Dump it. Charging into a goblin's nest, some goblin vomit and slop and blood on it, especially up to his ankles. Trump charging into a goblin's nest, some goblin vomit and slop. I'm not expecting him to not get dirty slop. Kissing goblins, ingratiating goblins, succubus with goblins, in bed with a goblin. Kissing goblins, ingratiating goblins. I just don't want to catch him in bed with a goblin, in bed with a goblin, in bed with a goblin, in bed with a goblin. I just don't want to catch him in bed with a goblin, bed with a goblin, bed with a goblin.
It's true. People are willing to watch Donald Trump do anything. But if they were to catch him in bed with a goblin, I think that might be the end of it.
Immediately, if not sooner.
But Republicans have essentially stuck by him throughout all of this nonsense. Speaking of all of this nonsense, let's try and recap. Let's do our own sort of deep dive on the State of the Union. What's happened in the last year? What better way to start that off than to sort of zoom out? Go across the pond. Ask the Brits what they're seeing from over there.
I think this has been something of an entirely different order than we saw in Trump 1. Trump 2 is madder, he's radicalized, and he's more authoritarian. And that has huge implications for the United States and for the world. And I think in this hour of the show, it is just at the end of the year worth thinking about the consequences of those things and taking stock about him, what he's done, how he's did it, and asking you whether you think that Trump's term has been even more bonkers, even madder than you thought it would be. Or maybe you think, actually, he's done some good things and he has got some successes under his belt, which we'll talk about as well. 0345 6060 973. Let's just review a little bit.
I gotta say, you have to be a complete and utter moron. A true idiot to think that Donald Trump has done anything good. I'm sorry.
First term was chaos. This term, as I say, madder, more radicalized, more authoritarian, and he's getting rich while he's doing it. He is taking America into full-on banana republic territory at times. What did we learn overnight? He has renamed a whole suite of new American warships after, you guessed it, himself. Because nothing speaks for full-on narcissism than a desire to see a fleet of American warships with your own fat, beaming face off the side. That is the model that he unveiled yesterday. That comes only a week after
I think
the
this has
renaming
been something of an
the
entirely
Kennedy Arts Center in Washington, D.C., a very august institution
is
been named
madder.
after President Kennedy for
He's
decades.
radicalized.
The Trump
Whoa.
Kennedy
More
Arts
authoritarian.
Center. And that has huge implications for the United States and for the world. And I
What
think in this
is
hour of the
happening?
show, it is just at the end of the
What
year
is happening?
worth thinking about the consequences of those things and taking stock about him, what he's done, how he's did it, and
What?
asking you,
What in the hell just happened? My whole shit is. Hold on, I gotta restart. My browser. Something's fucked up going on here. Something fucked up's going on here.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
I think this has been something of an entirely different order than we saw in Trump 1. Trump 2 is madder, he's radicalized, and he's more authoritarian. And that has huge implications for the United States and for the world. And I think in this hour of the show, it is just at the end of the year worth thinking about the consequences of those things and taking stock about him, what he's done, how he's did it, and asking you whether you think that Trump's term has been even more bonkers, even madder than you thought it would be. Or maybe you think, actually, he's done some good things and he has got some successes under his belt, which we'll talk about as well. 0345 6060 973. Let's just review a little bit. Trump's first term was chaos. This term, as I say, madder, more radicalized, more authoritarian, and he's getting rich while he's doing it. He is taking America into full-on banana republic territory at times. What did we learn overnight? He has renamed a whole suite of new American warships after, you guessed it, himself. Because nothing speaks for full-on narcissism than a desire to see a fleet of American warships with your own fat, beaming face off the side. That is the model that he unveiled yesterday. That comes only a week after the renaming of the Kennedy Arts Center in Washington, D.C., a very august institution, been named after President Kennedy for decades, the Trump Kennedy Arts Center. And they had the gall to congratulate President Kennedy, who has been dead since 1963, for the privilege of it.
Congratulations, former President Kennedy. I know you can't hear me right now, but great job. Great job making this building that I'm now naming after myself. Really good work.
Often you usually congratulate people who have been dead for the best part of 60 years. But this is Trump's America. Let's look at the money. $800 million in crypto for the Trump estate in 6 months. $11 billion in holdings. Whilst who is regulating crypto? Well, it's Donald Trump. Companies donate to his inauguration. The investigations into those companies disappear. It's not corruption. It's a Trump subscription service. the madness. He posted AI videos of Trump Gaza, luxury resorts with a golden statue of himself. Then actually proposed seizing Gaza, displacing 2 million Palestinians for, you guessed it, Trump hotels. Ethnic cleansing as a business plan, the Riviera of the Middle East. He demolished the White House East Wing overnight. No vote, just bulldozed it, all for a gold ballroom. He had a Saudi Arabian leader in the Oval Office, and I swear to God, he was looking around the Oval Office, and the Saudi Arabian was probably saying to himself, Jesus, Don, you've gone a bit overboard here with the gold. He's named warships after himself, the USS Trump. He's blamed DEI for a helicopter crash. Charlie Kirk got assassinated and Trump's eulogy became a campaign rally. He called Somalian Americans garbage. He told Lesotho that nobody's ever heard of them. He threatened Rob Reiner with investigations for criticism. When Zelensky came in to discuss Ukraine, Trump pitched him crypto. It goes on, it goes on, and it goes on. And scholars will say, looking at the US under Trump in Trump 2, as opposed to Trump 1, when the guy just didn't really know what he was doing, it reminds you of something. It reminds you of Hungary. It reminds you of India. It reminds you of Turkey. Personal enrichment, attacking judges, purging opposition, purging academic institutions.
Yeah. You know, after 1 year of Donald Trump, I've realized Trump derangement syndrome is actually something that is an affliction of those who actually use the term. Like, if you use the term Trump derangement syndrome unironically in passing, like on a regular basis, or actually, like if you're using that term regularly, you actually are the one with a problem. You are deranged because you support this nonsense. Because you look at this and you say, great job, Mr. President America. Fuck yeah! Really good job. Thank you.
You have a mental health problem.
You have a mental health problem.
Seizing assets, even deporting his own citizens and refusing to recover them. Seizing Venezuelan oil tankers, bombing Venezuela without any legal authority to do so whatsoever. The first term was about testing limits. The second term has been smashing through them in every single direction. This is increasingly a banana republic where the guy in charge has his own Truth Social account. Just let's go through some of the things that we've seen through the course of this year, just to remind ourselves of the extraordinary headspin that has been Trump 2. Perhaps the absolute nadir to start with. In the Oval Office, with Zelensky and Trump, Donald Trump and J.D. Vance invite the leader of a nation which has been invaded to berate him for the whole world to see.
We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because you're in no position to dictate that. Remember this.
I'm not
you're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel. We're going to feel very good.
You will feel influence.
We're going to feel very good and very strong.
You will feel influence.
You're right now not in a very good position. You've allowed yourself to be in a very bad position, and he happens to be right about it.
From the very beginning of the war.
You're not in a good position. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having cards. But right now, you don't. Yeah, you're playing cards. You're playing cards. You're gambling with the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III. You're gambling with World War III.
That summed up a lot of where Trump has taken the United States under his presidency. American presidents, they always had hard power, but they always knew the value of American values. They didn't insist that allies had to bend the knee in public. They didn't insist that you had to show fealty at the court of the leader. Donald Trump does, because that's the sort of power that he respects. The weak must suffer what they must. And then if you add on to that, never mind the geopolitical stuff, which we can talk more about, because I don't think in Europe we've really woken up to the transformation that has taken place at the heart of American foreign policy. Just think about the little moments that with any other president would have dominated the news cycle for day after day, would probably have imperiled their political authority. Think how often we spoke about Joe Biden's infirmity, rightly so. And yet sometimes we have a man from the Oval Office speaking from the White House podium who frankly sounds completely deranged, perhaps because he is. Remember the tragic helicopter Well, remember the crash that we saw with the various different planes and so on, the helicopter crash that we saw towards the start of the year. Did Donald Trump blame American policy in this matter or for retrenchment in the federal government without any investigation whatsoever? What did he decide? Who did he decide was to blame?
We know exactly who he
News
blamed.
and the left promotes pedophilia.
It was DEI.
The FAA is actively recruiting workers who suffer severe intellectual disabilities, psychiatric problems, and other mental and physical conditions under a diversity and inclusion hiring initiative spelled
You
out
have a mental health problem.
on the agency's website. Can you imagine?
Mr. President, you have today blamed the diversity elements, but then told us that you weren't sure that the controllers made any mistake. You then said perhaps the helicopter pilots were the ones who made the mistakes.
It's all under investigation.
I understand that. That's why I'm trying to figure out how you can come to the conclusion right now that diversity had something to do with this crash.
Because I have common sense.
And then there is the radicalization that we're seeing in every direction, something we can talk a little bit more about, which is that under Trump 1, Trump was uncertain, unsure of what to do in terms of how far he could push the boundaries of acceptable debate. This time, he and his movement, principally, are completely unleashed. One of the most revealing moments only a couple of weeks ago. You might remember that back in Trump 1, he was accused of describing various countries, including Somalia, in private as an S-hole country. Why do we take
Somalia
people from S-hole countries? Why can't we just have more people from Norway or from Sweden and so on? I wonder why he identifies those countries. And yet the other day, he didn't. Well, at the time, he denied all of that because he said no.
I think we all know why.
Come on! Come on. I'm the least racist person you've ever interviewed, he said. Yet the other day when he was at a rally, he openly said it. He openly used those exact words. What had created a complete furore back in 2018, I think it was, barely even created a murmur in the media environment today. Because
Yeah, because every single day Donald Trump is doing something fucking insane and or illegal. Speaking of all the illegal things Donald Trump has done, legal.
That's on YouTube.
That's on YouTube. Made a compilation of every illegal act that Donald Trump committed in 2025. It was a couple of months ago, around the turn of the year. Both of these videos were from around New Year.
It's hard to keep track of all of President Trump's criminality, illegality, and corruption.
I did everything
Donald Trump
right
took
and they
office for the second
indicted
time,
me.
already an adjudicated felon, fraudster, and sexual assaulter. But this video isn't about those crimes and offenses. This is only about what has happened so far in the last year. Because, I'll be honest, there's so much of it that it's hard to remember. And I guarantee that you've already forgotten half of it. So buckle up, because there's going to be a lot. And programming note, because of some questionable acts by the Supreme Court, if something was illegal or constitutional at the time Trump did it, we included it in the list. We start with January 17th, 2025, because the corruption of his second term started just before he took office.
I love how Donald Trump started committing crimes before he ever even became president. He got ahead of himself. He was like, might as well. I'm basically president anyway. That's 3 days. I can do no wrong.
On the eve of his presidency, instead of divesting himself of his conflict of interest-ridden businesses, Trump launched World Liberty Financial and a bunch of valueless meme coins. This allowed him to take bribes, engage in secret deals, and further enrich himself, all outside of many of the ordinary financial regulations. In Trump's first term, lobbyists, foreign governments, and Republican organizations curried favor with Trump by spending money at his Washington, D.C. hotel. But this time around, it's likely many individuals skipped the middleman and put money directly in Trump's pocket by buying the assets of World Liberty Financial and its various crypto offerings. Reports are that using World Liberty Financial, Trump has enriched himself by as much as $5 billion while in office. And it gets worse. We'll come back to that later. Then we get to January 20th. On Trump's first day in office, a flurry of executive orders. Now, I'll remind you, executive orders are not law, but they can direct federal agencies to do or not do things where the executive has discretion. In some cases, the president had the power, so to speak, but the acts were illegal or corrupt. In others, the president had no such power at all. So starting things out on January 20th, Trump purported to eliminate birthright citizenship via executive order. This was a profound constitutional violation, particularly of the 14th Amendment and due process. Trump shut down asylum requests at the border, claiming that it was an invasion. This violated the INA and several other immigration-related statutes, as well as the Take Care Clause and separation of powers, since Congress had already created laws on this topic. Trump purported to rename the Gulf of Mexico. Mexico sued, claiming that he didn't have the power to rename an entire body of water, just the part in U.S. territories. Separate from the executive orders on January 20th, Trump pardoned the January 6th insurrectionists who had been criminally convicted by juries. Now, this may technically have been legal since the president can pardon people, but as I explained at the time, it shouldn't be. And dozens of these people had prior convictions or pending charges for crimes like rape, sexual abuse of a minor, domestic violence, manslaughter, production of child sexual abuse material, and drug trafficking. The Trump administration continues to intervene on behalf of the January 6th defendants. And of course, pardoning these traitors not only undermines the rule of law with respect to election integrity, but sends a message that if you commit a crime but you're on the president's team, that you'll simply not be subject to the same rules and laws as everybody else. But back to the executive orders on January 20th, Trump terminated federal employee telework agreements contrary to union agreements. Trump unilaterally withdrew from the World Health Organization, which violated international law. Trump sent the military to seal the borders. This was a violation of posse comitatus, which bars military engagement in civilian law enforcement activities. Trump reinstated the so-called Schedule F without going through any notice and comment process, potentially firing federal employees without going through the usual merit system protection process, a violation.
I love how there's already been like a dozen violations, and we're 3 minutes in on a 40-minute long video. We're still on January 20th. We're still on January 20th of 2025. I'd like to point that out. Just like to point that out real quick. And it's also, this video also doesn't include January or February
APA and civil service protections. Trump pulled security clearances from John Bolton and 50 other intelligence officials. This was an unlawful First Amendment retaliation and a violation of the APA and other federal regulations regarding security clearances. Trump unilaterally froze hiring in the government without any congressional authorization. Trump appointed Ed Martin to be the interim U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia. Martin was entirely unqualified for the role. His only qualification was that he had promoted Trump's baseless stolen election claims. Martin went on to fire more than 24 prosecutors who had worked on the January 6th prosecution or the criminal investigation of Donald Trump, which was plainly retaliatory. Trump unilaterally paused the TikTok ban that had been passed by Congress and signed into law. Last time I checked, the president doesn't get to decide which laws to implement and which not to. Trump declared a legally dubious emergency at the southern border so he and Stephen Miller could carry out the plans to deport people en masse. This exceeded his legal authority and set the stage for a host of other legal violations. Trump rolled back a variety of energy-related regulations with no process in violation of the APA. He also froze all congressional funding to alternative energy projects in violation of the Impoundments Clause. Trump suspended the entry of refugees into the country in violation of the provisions of the Immigration and Nationality Act and associated regulations. Going back to his greatest hits, Trump directed the construction of a border wall without congressional approval.
It's honestly overwhelming. Like, for somebody like me who, like, comments on this stuff every single day, like, just having this all just smashed into one video, it's wild. It's fucking wild. Like, I don't even know where do I stop? Like, yeah, like, every single one of these, like, we've basically talked about 80% of these already, and it's like, do I comment on this? I mean, it's like, and we're still on January 20th right now.
This is ridiculous.
Violated separation of powers and the spending clause. He terminated parole programs that had allowed immigrants to enter the country in special circumstances without congressional authorization or APA rulemaking. Trump reestablished the federal death penalty via executive order. He also directed the reconsideration of President Biden's grants of clemency, which is not a thing that you can do. Stick with me because we're only about halfway through the first day of the presidency on January 20th. Continuing on that day, Trump issued a memo making it easier for him to fire senior non-political leaders at government agencies. This was an effort to prioritize loyalty and fealty in violation of civil service protections and probably the First Amendment. Trump declared an energy emergency to get around regulations and laws. He even encouraged agencies to potentially use the Defense Production Act to do this. Trump shut down wind energy projects with no...
It's just an onslaught of criminality. It's just a tidal wave of crimes. It's been like this. Like, the fact is the 20th, like the first day of Donald Trump in office, it set a tone for the rest of the fucking year, right? Like, he told us exactly how the rest of the year was going to go with how he started.
Trump froze
off
hundreds
his
of billions of
presidency.
dollars in foreign aid. This was a violation of the Impoundment Control Act, the Spending Clause, and Separation of Powers. Trump directed the construction of detention centers without congressional authorization. That was also a violation of the Spending Clause. And he unilaterally paused funding for immigration-related services and organizations, which violated those organizations' due process rights, separation of powers, and again, the Impoundment Control Act and Spending Clause. Trump issued an executive order that authorized a travel ban without specifying which countries would be banned. And of course, Trump created or repurposed Doge. Headed up by Elon Musk, who had reams of conflicts of interest, Doge worked to illegally fire federal workers in violation of civil service protections. Doge also illegally accessed sensitive personal data of millions of Americans, created unauthorized information systems, illegally combined federal databases, and just generally created chaos.
Illegal.
And at the end of the day, contrary to the public releases, saved the government and taxpayers virtually no money. Trump issued an executive order that strictly defined sex and gender. The executive order required federal workers to genuflect to that definition, possibly in violation of their First Amendment rights. He unilaterally changed the rules around gender designation on passports, possible violation of the APA, and also potentially violating due process rights, especially for trans individuals. The order also froze funding for a variety of entities that Trump claimed were promoting the vaguely defined gender ideology, which punished First Amendment protected speech and obviously was a usurpation of Congress's spending powers and an unlawful impoundment. Trump froze vaguely defined DEI-related contracts, another unlawful impoundment. He also liquidated federal DEI offices, yanked federal grants related to DEI, another unlawful impoundment, violation of the separation of powers, and First Amendment violation.
Fucking insane. Oh my god. All right, that's it. We're not going to watch the whole thing. I'm going to get us to to the actual live stream soon. I just wanted to go through our own recap of the year quickly. But let's get all the way to 2026, as of course 2026 has been as horrifying and crime-ridden as 2025. The murder of people like Renee Good, Alex Preddy.
An eyewitness of the shooting speaking out tonight. Her name is Emily Heller. She lives on the street where the shooting happened, and she filmed video that we have here just now to share with you out front. It shows the chaos immediately after Renee Nicole Good was shot and killed by that ICE agent in Minneapolis hours ago. We're going to play it for you. I do want to warn you that it is graphic.
Can I go check a pulse?
No! Back up! Now!
I'm a physician!
Hey, listen, we understand. We got EMS coming, and I get it. Just give us a second. We have medics on scene. We have our own medics.
Where are they? Where are they? How can I relax? You just killed my neighbor. You caught butter in the face. You killed my neighbor. How do you show up to work every day? How the do you do this every day? You're killing my neighbors. You're stealing my neighbors. What the man?
Emily Heller is out front now, who you heard there and filmed that in that horrifically traumatic moment. So, Emily, I know you live there. This is your street. This is your home. And you're inside your house. You hear all of this commotion. Everything is starting to happen. Okay, can you tell me what happened then? You hear everything. You come outside, and then what?
I hadn't even gotten dressed. I was making breakfast. I went out. I heard the commotion. I heard whistles, which is a common sign of ICE is nearby, and I went out onto my front porch. I didn't even have shoes on, and within 60 seconds, everything had already gone down. But there was an ICE convoy that seemed to be stuck, and then there was a protester who was blocking traffic so they couldn't progress. She was totally peaceful, and ICE, it seemed completely unorganized. They didn't really know what they were doing. They were screaming at her to move, 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 and then they approached her vehicle aggressively and tried to open her door, and then that's when she got spooked, and she reversed her vehicle to turn her wheels to try to escape, and that's when an ICE agent stepped in front of her vehicle and said, "Stop." And then, I mean, she was already moving, and then point blank shot her through her windshield.
I can't imagine what it was to see that, Emily. The way that you are laying this out, though, I just want to repeat and make sure that I'm clear, and please correct me if I say anything wrong. You're saying that what you saw was disorganized ICE, but then when they tried to get her to stop, she got spooked. She reversed her car to turn her wheels to get away, and that was when the officer stepped in front.
Yep. We all remember this horrifying moment. And of course, not long after that, another person was murdered on the streets of Minneapolis.
Whoa!
Kayla Schultz is speaking for the first time on camera since the killing she witnessed. I talked to her earlier. First, we want to warn you, some of the conversation has graphic language and images. What made you decide to start documenting what's happening?
Well, it's because that's all we can really do at this point. What has happened in my city is absolutely devastating to me. I have witnessed and I've seen videos of my neighbors being kidnapped, and I know that all we can really do at this point is make some noise, make our voices heard, and film them so that they don't go missing without a trace, so that we can at least record their names and try to get contact information for their family or friends so that they know what has happened to them.
Saturday morning, how did you come to be there?
I received a notification. I was already out and about, and I went there with my whistle and my phone so that I could do what little I can in order to try to protect my neighbors.
Your video is really important because it's not only a different angle on things we have seen, but you also capture things that we haven't seen in other videos. What did you see before the video?
Before the video even starts, several federal agents crossed the street to come over to my window to tell me that I was obstructing, and they would pull me out of my car and arrest me for that. I told them I wasn't obstructing anything. We exchanged some not so nice words back and forth. The last thing that federal agent who came up to my window said, and he screamed it at the top of his lungs right in my face, was that I'm a fucking
Have you ever had a law enforcement officer say anything like that?
No, absolutely not. No one's ever actually called me that word at all.
Were you scared?
I was scared, but I absolutely refuse to show them that I'm scared. I think, and we saw this in the video, that they feed off of that. They want us to be afraid, and they want us to be intimidated.
They feed off it?
Yes.
That's, in your personal experience, that's what you have seen?
Yes. I think that is one of their goals. They escalate in every single way if they are not able to use that fear in order to intimidate us into backing down.
So if you're not intimidated, they escalate?
And that's exactly what happened to Alex. He did not let them intimidate him. In fact, he stood up for two women that they were absolutely brutalizing, and that made them mad that they were not able to intimidate him into tucking his tail and leaving.
Your video shows the two women who are talking with some officers in a vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
They are right next to you. Those two women are also visible in Stella Carlson's video, shot from the sidewalk not far from where Kayla Schultz's car is located. On your video, there's a man in a gray tan hat, an officer who pushes one of the women.
I don't know exactly whose words were whose at that point, but he, in my opinion, is the one that instigated this.
How so?
He just seemed angry. He seemed like he wanted vengeance for I don't know what. He wanted to be the big, scary guy, and he just had absolutely no control over his emotions. I saw him shoving them very violently. It was not out of self-protection, in my opinion. It was purely out of rage.
You believe that pushing was kind of the genesis of everything else that then followed?
Yeah, exactly. He was being so incredibly violent.
You briefly capture Stella Carlson, the lady in the pink jacket.
Mm-hmm.
You can actually see her documenting this from another, and when you compare the videos, it really gives a much more kind of rounded view of what is going on. On your video, we see the Border Patrol agent who will end up shooting Alex Preddy. We see him spraying a chemical agent on a woman, or attempting to spray a small bottle of pepper spray or something into a woman's face.
Mm-hmm.
And he seems to have some issue with his bottle, and he checks it. He sort of turns away and checks it for a moment. Your video actually captures the gun. Did you know that? Yeah. I hadn't realized that when I first started looking at it. It's very grainy.
One moment, there are people being pushed around, there are people being maced right in front of me. That was upsetting enough. All of a sudden, I see so many federal agents, way more than was necessary in order to take him down to the ground. The next thing I know, it's gunshots. It's so many gunshots. I couldn't believe it.
Holy shit! Oh my God! Oh!
I didn't immediately register that they were gunshots, in fact. My brain, I think, didn't want to believe it. I was hoping, praying that it was anything else but guns. I ended up looking away from my camera at that point and making out that they were holding real guns and they had just shot him.
After the shots, what do you remember?
After the shots, I saw pretty much all of them back away immediately. I was just absolutely in shock.
Yep. It's been fucking chaos for 14 months. That's what it's been. Meanwhile, the Epstein files are still not fully released, redacted improperly.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
And 3 weeks ago, in the latest batch of the document dumps, details about the behavior of the president came out.
I want to ask you to clarify something.
No, we're not watching that one.
So why are Republicans so interested in Bill and Hillary Clinton? It's because they're trying to distract from the fact that Donald Trump is in the Epstein files thousands and thousands of times. In those files, there's highly disturbing allegations of Donald Trump raping children, of Donald Trump threatening to kill children. So I encourage your press to go look at these allegations. And I'm highly disturbed that Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche just got the law wrong. Yesterday, he said, essentially, that it is not a crime to party with Jeffrey Epstein. Well, that's actually not correct. If Jeffrey Epstein was human trafficking minors for these sex parties, and you show up and patronize the establishment at that party, yes, you're guilty, because patronizing is part of the law, of the federal sex trafficking law. So Deputy General Todd Blanche just got that wrong, which maybe explains why they aren't investigating all these folks, including Donald Trump. He needs to read the law and investigate these people. He also needs to resign, not only for not knowing the law, but a massive, not only screw up, but the biggest privacy violation in history. They release a lot of pictures of minors unredacted, just violated the privacy of these girls. It is uncalled for what they did.
There we go.
The one thing that they could not do under this law was to invade the privacy of these women now, who were girls at the time, who were
disturbing. They've caused harm to the victims, covered up for the perpetrators. And if the allegations against Donald Trump are true, we have I can't even say it. We have a horrible, horrible person. Not that, I mean, who didn't know that? Who didn't know that at this point? That Donald
These
Trump was
people
a
are
terrible
perverts.
person. Who was unaware of that? Anybody? But maybe I'm being unfair. Maybe we should stop talking about the Epstein files. You know, we're always talking about the Epstein files. We're not talking about, you know. Yeah, guys, y'all, everybody keeps talking about
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
We're not talking about the Dow, which is 50 thou. Thankfully, we have the Attorney General of the United States to remind us of that. Makes perfect sense if you don't think about it at all. Makes perfect sense. Just don't think about it. It's easy. Okay, let's go from AG Pam Bondi to Ministress of Truth, Caroline Levitt.
Sure. He will call on Democrats in Congress to reopen the Department of Homeland Security. It's despicable that they have shut down this agency that is responsible not just for the deportations of murderers and criminals whom none of you, including Democrat politicians, would want living in your communities, but also FEMA, who is on the ground in the Northeast right now, restoring electricity.
She's such a sick, deranged woman.
A fucking
my God.
bitch. Power for families who have been impacted by the blizzard. You look at your United States Coast Guard, men and women who are not being paid because of Democrat politicians who have shut down the Department of Homeland Security, the United States Secret Service, which of course is essential to protecting the President of the United States. They just did honorably this past weekend when an armed crazy person intruded at the President's personal property in Florida.
Oh, God. That sucks. The people having to protect the president are going unpaid. Oh, no. I think we might have to keep this all just shut down. I think we're just going to have to keep it all shut down. I mean, just to be clear.
These are great men and women who are working around the clock to keep our homeland safe, and it's terrible that Democrat politicians have shut them down. And it is impacting TSA as well, which is why they have been updating the guidance. As for, internal deliberations on that, I would defer you to the Department of Homeland Security directly.
Not the TSA. You're telling me the people that protect Donald Trump and the people who terrorize us at the airport are going unpaid right now? Oh, God. Don't tell me there's more people that are being unpaid. Next, you're going to tell me ICE is going
But
on
of course,
bid or
there is
something.
going to be an impact at airports when you shut down the department that's responsible for funding TSA agents and providing them their paychecks. And it's an unfortunate consequence, and it's completely avoidable if Democrats do the right thing and get these great men.
Oh, God. Oh, if Democrats would just do the right thing. Oh, so sad. Caroline is so upset. Look at her. She's very worked up right now. Oh, she's very upset. All right. Let's see what little Mike Johnson had to say. Republicans called a meeting.
This evening, the entire country
State of the
will hear an
Union
update
meeting.
on the full scope of President Trump's transformational and historic first year back in office. The results speak for themselves. Why does he have so much to talk about?
Yes, they
Because
do.
Inflation's down, wages are up, investment is booming, the GDP is exceeding every expectation.
I love how Mike is trying to play off. I don't even know why he's bringing it up. But like he's trying to play off how long Donald Trump's speech is supposed to be. He's like, look, I know it's going to be a 2-hour speech, but that's because he's just done so much great stuff. And not because he's a long, like, perhaps the most hot air filled windbag of all time. It's got nothing to do with that. It's just he's done so much great stuff, and so he's got a lot to talk about. I see. It's not because he'll literally talk about anything. So long as he can turn it into a win for him.
Democrats, meanwhile, are going to host, count them, 5 separate counter events, rallies of some sort, they call them, in lieu of tonight's address. For all of these theatrics, it doesn't matter how many little gatherings they have or where they stand or how high the volume is on the microphones. They have nothing to offer, nothing but their TDS agenda, the Trump derangement syndrome, and it's on full display. All they can say, all they can tell you about is how they
TDS
oppose
agenda.
President Trump and thwart his agenda and shut down the government and protest everything from the
Right. It's because they just hate Trump and not the things that he's doing. Right?
President's joint address to basic immigration enforcement, and they obstruct any meaningful progress for the sake of obstruction. It's the same tired playbook that they've run for a decade now. It's shameful that they will boycott an address. We don't do that. Republicans don't do that. It doesn't matter if there's a president from the opposing party. We don't skip out. Our constituents want and need us to be here. Every member of this House represents over 750,000 people. They're disenfranchised if you're not sitting in the seat to be a part of the role and the responsibility of Congress.
Didn't Republicans have their own alternate State of the Union address every year Biden was in office? Like a separate sort of event type of thing that was like live streamed. And like, yeah, is Marjorie Taylor Greene like showing up to a State of the Union in a giant fur coat to scream obscenities? Is that better than not showing up? I don't know. You pick. All right. Final clip before we head to the live stream footages that I've got. I've got like 4 different live streams depending on which one's the best. I'm gonna be skipping between them until I find the one with the best levels and coverage. But this is perhaps going to be the longest State of the Union ever. Let's go to the man who started us off here today. The great Harry Emden.
President Trump's State of the Union address is just hours away. He's promising it will be a long one. With me now is CNN chief data analyst Harry Emden. A long speech to Congress by President Trump isn't that unusual, is it? I mean, but now he's telling us it's going to be long, so it could be really long.
It could be the greatest, longest speech in American history. You know, I'm going to paraphrase
my cousin Vinny, when I heard that Trump was going to give a long speech, what a freaking surprise that was. Because I mean, just take a look. I mean, hello, President addresses to Congress. The term average, the average for president since 1964, 54 minutes. Donald Trump, over the course of his 2 presidencies, look at this. 80 minutes. He goes on average more than 26 minutes, more than 25 minutes longer than the average president. So when he says, oh, it's going to be a long one, well, that fits with history, Sarah Seidner.
I thought you were going to do the Marissa Tomei thing. My biological clock is ticking like this. Anyway, is there any sign that Trump's speeches are actually, though, getting shorter? Obviously, he says this one's going to be long, but shorter over time or no?
No. There's no sign that it's getting shorter. He's telegraphing exactly what's been happening in the past, because why don't we just take a look here? Hello, President addresses to Congress. Oof. The average speech, 55 minutes. Look at this one. The last one was more than an hour and a half, blew past the previous record belonging to William Jefferson Clinton. Look at this, 99 minutes. He went 99 minutes last year, which wasn't technically a State of the Union address, by the way, but it was still an address to a joint session of Congress. So we'll see if he's able to break the record for any address to a joint session of Congress that he himself set a year ago. Donald
The very best, longest speech. The longer it is, the better. That's what everybody tells me. Well, I guess there's no use delaying any longer. Let's go to the first live stream I've got here. The Associated Press. What's that? What do they got? Oh, look at all the cameras, all the lights, all the fanfare. Everybody's so excited. Oh, Trump speech expected to start at 9 p.m. My God. $9 p.m. $9 to 11, I guess. That's how long this thing's gonna take. Probably longer. Great. Well, I'll be right back. You know what? I think I'm gonna skip from AP to a different stream, see if we got some actual commentary going on here from anybody.
The poll numbers will come around and the midterms will be better.
Oh God. No, we don't need a New York Post journalist. No, I'm fine on that. I'm good on that. CNN. Van Jones and Scott Jennings, really? That's who you guys have covering this? That is the worst lineup ever. Van Jones and Scott Jennings. Good God. Unbearable. I'm sorry. I'm sorry we don't have. I don't have a better. I'll find a better. I'll find a better stream. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I got more footage and coverage. Let's see what other people are doing over here.
Joy
Is this
Reid,
live?
host of the Joy Reid Show.
And I'm Katie Fang, host of the Katie Fang News Channel.
And we are both exes of the artist formerly known as MSNBC. We are so excited to be here. Please give one more round of applause to these members
of Congress.
Yes.
Let's hear it.
They had the courage to not be here. So, Katie, the reason that I am so excited to be here is that
Help! I'm being
just
repressed!
for the wonderful folks at Move On and Midas Touch. Please give them a round of applause.
Please.
It takes courage to stand out.
It does. And look, if you turn around and you look amongst us, it's not just the people that are here. It's hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people in the United States and across the world that are defending democracy, but they need the courage and the bravery of our members of Congress and our electeds to make sure that democracy is defended.
Indeed. And so
Oh, shit. It's fine. It's fine. I got multiple coverages. I'm just going to keep going through all of them.
42
got, like,
with
10 different live
independents or
streams.
something like that. Lowest ratings in history in terms of independents. The coalition that brought him into office has crumbled. I saw another story today. I know, you've been tracking this. The Maha moms are completely revolting, so you've lost them. You've got a bunch of podcast bros pissed off about Epstein, pissed off about potential Iran war, which we're going to talk more about today. You've got young people who have fled. You've got Latinos who have fled. You've got a bunch of people who are upset. I would say the economy is probably the biggest problem, but as I said this morning, I think the Epstein cover-up has also been a disaster for him in terms of his brand. So there's all of this that is hanging over him as he goes into the speech tonight. I mean, what are you thinking about what he needs to accomplish or what they're going to try to accomplish with this speech? Because one of the hardest things to do is to convince the American people that the economy is different than what their experience is day to day.
Very true.
So consumer confidence, I went and pulled the numbers, is actually even down among Republicans. So it's down a lot among independents, but it's also down year to year among Republicans. And this is an important point because Politico recently looked at some surveys of Republicans. A CNN survey found 82% of Republicans approved of the job that Trump was doing. It sounds like a really big number. It's down 8% year over year from the last time that he gave his joint address.
Yeah, he was at 90%. It's hard to fathom. But this time last year, he was at 90% approval of the Republicans. Even though he'd done
Washington Post,
absolutely
a recent
nothing.
survey found 48% of Republicans, quote, approve strongly of Trump's performance. That is a double-digit decline
Wow,
from
that's very interesting,
63% a year ago.
That is
that's
huge.
That's particularly interesting in a midterm cycle because what you need to do, obviously,
There's no enthusiasm to come out and vote. That's the biggest problem.
Right.
Wow, I didn't
And-
think about that. That's very interesting.
Well, yeah, and I mean, so the numbers for Trump among Republicans still look good on paper, but
Yeah, well, they're not great. They're getting worse and worse every single freaking day.
Jave. Say hi to Farish Day. Okay, so I am not at the State of the Union speech tonight because Donald Trump is making a mockery of this great institution, and he doesn't deserve an audience. I'm not at the State of the Union speech tonight because these are not normal times, and Democrats have to stop behaving normally. And I'm
Oh my god. The live streams are so bad for this. Like the other one went down. This one is choppy as shit.
about the
Oh
state
my god,
of
it's
the
so
union.
bad.
You are going to hear lie after lie. You are going to hear attack after attack. You are going to see grandstanding. The true state of the union is this. This union is in crisis right now. Our cities are under attack by lawless law enforcement. Our democracy is wilting under ceaseless attack from a president who wants to be a despot. Millions of Americans are losing their health care because the president has chosen to pat the pockets of his billionaire friends instead of helping average Americans. You're not going to hear any of that in that speech tonight. But by being here for the people's State of the Union, you are going to hear the real story of America, a story of an America that is under siege, but a story of America that is not going to take it, that is going to fight back, and is going to reclaim this country for everything that is good and right about the United States of America. Ferris Day is going to talk to you tonight about the state of immigrant and refugee America. ICE is out of control. It is disappearing legal immigrants. It is tear gassing elementary schools. It is murdering American citizens. Right now, as you know, the Department of Homeland Security is shut down. And I just want to be very clear with you about my position.
Yeah, it almost does seem like they're like these streams are getting like throttled or like attacked. Wouldn't be shocked if like Elon was sending bots after these streams.
The position of many others who will stand on this stage tonight. Not one more dime for the Department of Homeland Security until they start following the law in this country.
No, wrong. No more dimes at all. Shut it down. He got halfway there. He was so close. Chris Murphy was so close. He's like, not one more dime until they start following the. No, wrong, Chris. Never again. No more ever. No more dimes for them. Shut it down.
Immediately, if not sooner.
All right, I'm just going to keep going through the streams I've got till we get closer to the actual State of the Union address.
Are not only just, but this is what we want to be able to deter other actors, whether they be in China or Russia, from following on Iran's pathway. I hope tonight we hear directly that Iran's back to the negotiating table here so that both Iranian kids and American kids and the world.
Whoa. What in the What just happened? We're getting repressed.
Help! I'm being repressed!
What is happening? What in the shit? Just tried to open another one of these. Why did this happen just now? Sorry, everybody. Trying to solve a technical situation again. Has not been a mistake-free stream today. What the hell is going on? Something weird is going on. It's like, do I have like a key stuck or something? Some weird shit is going down. I think I need to clean my keyboard.
I want to ask both of you about this as well. Stephanie, this is something where the president really does have a bit more power to wield than necessarily on domestic policy. Do you think that this is something that the president can really lead on, as we just heard from Leslie?
I think the challenge is that that room is full of people who have elections this fall, and they are going to be looking for the thing that will help them in their election, especially the Republicans. And the problem is that most people don't go to the polls and vote on foreign policy. And when it comes to the Republican base, they actually voted for Trump because he said he wouldn't get engaged in foreign forays that spent U.S. treasure and put American lives at risk. And so I think that if I'm a member of Congress sitting there listening to him talk about foreign policy, I might wish that he'd pivot back to the economy, things that matter to the voters and the constituents in my district.
Rodney, I'll take a quick answer from you on that before we move on.
Yeah, I think it's important for him to address the Iran issue. I mean, we have more military firepower sitting in the Persian Gulf in the Middle East right now than what we've had in a very long time since the build-up to Iraq. He's got to tell the American people, number one, why is it there, and what does he plan to do with it?
Okay, thank you for those thoughts. I do want to move on to talk a bit about the Democrats, because the State of the Union speech marks a moment for the party in opposition to make a show of resistance.
I'm
That's no different
staying
today.
in the race.
Last year's address to Congress saw a number of Democrats demonstrate against the president with signs critical of his policies. You might remember those paddles with messages on them. Al Green, the congressman.
All right, fuck BBC. Fuck BBC. Skipping. See what Teo's up to over here. The state of the swamp.
You know, that's we the people defeating Donald Trump and his DOJ and Pam Bondi and Todd Blanche and Jeanine Pirro. And how many times at the grand juror said no and no and no and no and no. And then Jeanine Pirro said, okay, well, I won't bring a felony charge. I'll bring a misdemeanor charge, which she can do with just the sign of a pen. And then trial juries told her, hell no, not guilty. Go away.
Is that the Ring of Fire guy?
That's we the people doing that. And when it comes to accountability, listen, we don't need any more putting long national nightmares behind us with no accountability. We tried it in '74. We tried it again after Donald Trump launched an attack on the Capitol to try to steal a presidential election. No more Merrick Garlands. We need a DOJ full of Jack Smiths. We need a DOJ full of Jack Smiths. And friends, win, lose, or draw, we need to investigate every crime that's being perpetrated by Trump and his cabinet and his flunkies against the American people right
Epstein
now.
files.
We need to hold them accountable, because without accountability, guess what? We don't get to keep our republic anymore.
All right, here we go. This is what we're going to do. With the 45 seconds that we have left, we're all going to stand up. All right, here we go. On the count of three, we're going to yell defy. And then we're going to yell love.
Okay, I'm just going to keep going. I'm just going to keep cycling through all of these streams. I've got like 8 or so now for us to just go back and forth through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah.
President and congressional Republicans are refusing to even take the masks off of ICE agents, refusing to have ICE agents identify themselves, even with badge numbers. And so these are basic fundamental things that Americans should be able to count on from their law enforcement agencies. And so I'd like him to describe how he's going to make that happen.
There is a partial shutdown now, the Department of Homeland Security not being funded because Democrats want some of those measures that you mentioned there, so masks to be removed from ICE agents. Do you think this shutdown will lead to Republicans actually negotiating on these measures?
I hope that there will be an earnest negotiation by Democrats and Republicans in both chambers. But bear in mind, we never want to see any part of the U.S. government shut down. But remember, within the last few years under the Big Beautiful Bill, ICE by itself received an extra $75 billion above and beyond its annual budget. And so there's no question that the president has the ability, as he's been doing for the last 15 months or so, to move money around within DHS, within Department of Homeland Security, to cover costs.
Congressman, just for our viewers, as we're speaking to you, we're seeing images of the White House here, where we're expecting the president to leave shortly as he heads over to the Capitol for the address, so our viewers understand what we're looking at. But before we let you go, I want to ask you, President Trump's poll numbers have been sliding, of course, and Democrats have been pointing to them. But if you look at polling numbers for Democrats, they're not particularly popular at the moment either. What do you think Democrats need to do to win back voters' trust?
I think we have to speak to Americans about the opportunity that they're looking for in their lives. People want to be able to chase their American dreams, whether it's buying a home, completing their degree, making sure their kids can go on to college, being able to pay for rent, afford groceries, small things and big things that matter to them. And as Democrats, I think we've got to keep talking about the things that matter to them in their everyday lives.
Okay, Congressman Joaquin Castro, thank you so much for joining us. Great to speak to you tonight.
All right, just want to say this real quick for everybody. I just started a galactic goal. It's not a content goal. It's just a state of the galaxy goal. 10 super chats of any size. I just figured we would do a way to get confetti tonight, I guess. Back to the People's State of the Union.
That their health care has been gutted and their federal jobs have been eliminated by the thousands. We know our education systems and unions are being targeted because they threaten authoritarian power. And they want us fighting each other so we don't pay attention to what they're stealing from us. And I mean all of us, Democrats and Republicans and independents, young folks and old folks and black folks, whether you're in a red or a blue state, whether you're in rural towns or factory communities, because corruption doesn't check your voter registration before it robs you. While they're terrorizing immigrant communities right now, they're cutting health care. They're gutting worker protection. They're union busting. They're handing tax breaks to billionaires and sending the bill to the rest of us. That's the con. That's the scam. And working people are done falling for it.
Not gonna do it.
Tonight, I was supposed to be joined by my good friend and neighbor, Monica Ruiz. Monica is a mother, a community organizer, and a powerful advocate for immigrants' rights. She was ready to bring that fight from Pittsburgh to D.C. to remind folks who and what she has been fighting for relentlessly. But right now, Monica's family is in crisis as it's being targeted by ICE. Her son-in-law, Victor, was followed by agents unprompted after he dropped his brother off at work.
Evan from Portland with 5 gifted subs, not subs, memberships on YouTube. Incredibly generous. One of our galactic patrons gifting memberships. Ghost in Space. Great name. Pinkerbell. Brenneman. Andros. And Vincent Morales.
Victor has been in the country for 18 years. 18 years of working to build a life for himself, his loved ones, and now his new family. That is the real state of our union, where families are being torn apart and traumatized, where corporations get more say in our democracy than the people we elect, where the government would rather protect powerful people and the Epstein files than the women and the girls who were sexually abused. We live in a country where we have one reality for everyday people and another for the rich and the well-connected and the well-protected. We have to change that. We have to meet the moment with bold policies that level the playing field and deliver justice no matter how much money you have to your name. That's why earlier today, I announced that I'll be introducing articles of impeachment against Pam Bondi. Trump's DOJ continues to obstruct justice and refusing to comply with our subpoena to release the full, unredacted Epstein files. Bondi must be held accountable for that. And let's not forget, it was Trump who said it first, release the files. So we'll keep that call up no matter what.
Let's get the files and figure it out.
In Western Pennsylvania, we know what it means to be abandoned by politicians who make big promises and lie and deliver nothing. We know what it's like when the factories close, when the hospitals cut services, when the schools can't afford to teach, when the corporations are given permission to poison our water, our air, and our communities without consequences. And we know that no matter what language you speak, what zip code you live in, we all feel that pain, and we are all being squeezed by the same rigged system. So when Trump points the fingers at immigrants, our trans kids, our protesters, our journalists, understand what he's doing. He's trying to make sure we never point the finger where it belongs, at the billionaires and the the corporations looting our economy, robbing our people, and buying our democracy right from under us. But here's the truth that they're afraid of. Working people are waking up. Across this country, folks are organizing labor and their money. They're refusing to be silent in the face of authoritarianism. But we know fear is their weapon, but solidarity. So tonight, while Trump paints his fantasy version of America, we're grounded in America, in reality, and we're building something better. In America where we have Medicare for all, every job that pays a living wage, where no one fears being ripped away from their family. That is the America we're fighting for. And later tonight, I'll be delivering the Working Families Party response to the State of the Union, laying out exactly what it will take to build an economy and a democracy that works for all of us, not just the working few. So I'm asking you to stay engaged, stay fired up, and tune in tonight, because this is about building a movement that is big enough to defeat authoritarianism, to stand up to corporate power, and rooted in a simple belief that when working people come together across race, across geography, and across whatever lines they try to divide us by, we are unstoppable. So all power to the people, and thank you all for being with us tonight.
All right, People's State of the Union. Well, maybe we'll try and catch that Workers' Party address as well later tonight.
Yeah, sorry.
I was just going to say, let's talk a little bit more about the what we're seeing with the possibility of war with Iran, because it's feeling increasingly inevitable and imminent. So I don't know, any of you guys, any sort of like,
why don't we
rumblings
play
that
the
you're
shot
hearing?
and then we can
You want
can
the
react
Schumer
to
shot?
it. Yeah, guys, can we go ahead and roll B1, please? It is the Schumer shot. Let's take a listen.
This is serious, and the administration has to make its case to the American people.
So that was our great opposition. Thank you, Senator Schumer. He says this is serious, and the administration has to make its case to the American people.
After they had just briefed them.
Yes.
So he's
Mark
just
Warner.
heard whatever.
Oh. Fucking hell. Oh, no, look, he's done a very bad job, but if he makes his case to the American people, then it could be fine. What in the hell is Chuck Schumer talking about? If he's got to make his case to the American people. What an idiot. What a fucking idiot. What a useless moron. Good God.
Said, and he comes out and says, this is serious and they need to make the case. So presumably what they're saying to them behind closed doors is, this is a go, this is happening. And I mean, the pathetic nature of Chuck Schumer and almost all of the other Democrats
I'll give you
goes
the other
without
one.
saying.
Here's
Yeah.
Senator Mark Warner, Vice Chair of Senate Intel. He's in the Gang of Eight right after the meeting. Quote, I just heard, an extraordinary serious time. I think it is incumbent upon the president to make the case what our country's goals are, what our counter interests are, how we're going to protect American interests in the region. Maybe we'll hear that tonight, but if we don't hear it tonight, we need to hear it very, very, very soon.
Oh my.
This is ridiculous.
This is all just so, I mean, what a fucking clown show. What a fucking clown show, dude. Oh my God. These people all need to go. Silas, thank you for the super sticker. Look at that little lime dance. I feel greatly supported by that super sticker for some reason. It's like it's cheering me on.
So we're hopes.
I'm so sick. I'm also so sick of these kinds of people. Chris Coons did the same thing, who could be the head of foreign affairs if
what?
Democrats
Really?
take the Senate. It's like they
What?
came out and said the same thing. We need to hear the case. What case do you need to hear?
Right.
Like what? Like how are you a child?
Like you are a senator who like one of your responsibilities is foreign policy.
Yeah.
Like
Just
if you don't know a case, there isn't a case.
Yes.
So just
But do you think
why
Trump-
don't you
do you think
make
Trump
the
has the
case?
case?
How
Yes.
about you make the case against it? How about that?
Why are we even pretending?
Seriously, Crystal, you would feel that would be the bare minimum. You'd think that he would be outside the People's State of the Union, but he's not. Chuck Schumer is not a man of the people. You know, that much is clear.
There's a case to be made.
Jesus
There's no
Christ.
case.
Well,
It's all fake.
They want the intel, right? They want the intel that tells them it's going to be perfect.
Right.
It's
So-
going to be smooth and functional, and they already know what.
No, they want to not have responsibility.
Right.
That's
They want
the
war.
reality.
They want war.
war,
Yeah.
but they don't want to say, I want war, because they know the base is opposed. 95% of Democrats, according to the polling, 95% oppose this, okay?
And the other 5 serve in the United
And-
States Senate.
within a 5-mile radius
What's your
of where we
Republican
sit
number?
right
Do
now.
you know? I'd be curious.
I'd have to go back and look.
Okay, I'm just going to keep going through the different footages. Like I said, we got 8 different live streams right now that we're just going to be cycling through until we get to the actual State of the Union. And then we'll be stuck for 2 hours having to listen to the deranged words
is a bunch
of our
of
idiot
lies.
president.
Lies that Donald Trump, the Republicans, are going to tell us about how great this country is doing right now. But what is true, what is happening right now is that Donald Trump, the Republicans,
Oh my
have
God.
made this country sicker, poorer, and less secure.
This is
Sicker,
lagging
poorer,
so
and less
badly.
secure.
The Forbes live stream is terrible. I mean, look at it. Look at it. It's just, it's not doing anything. It's just, oh, fuck this. Fuck this. This is ridiculous.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be
Not
prudent
gonna
at
do
this
it.
juncture.
Nah, I got that.
You're-
I got that.
I'm mad at Trump. I'm not a fan of Trump. This is a surprise. It's news to you. But I think you like him.
Oh, boy.
And I think that you might be one of the people.
Oh, boy. Here we... Oh, here we are. Oh, good. We finally made it back. We finally made it back to CNN for the Van Jones, Scott Jennings. What is, by the way, what is this? Why are they having this in a bar? Is this supposed to make them all seem more relatable or something? The Old Town Saginaw, Michigan distillery is. Oh, yeah. This all seems very natural. This all seems completely natural and not at all
coordinated
like,
in authentic behavior. Coordinated in
Oopsies.
authentic behavior.
You know, like this in no way
Coordinated
seems like
inauthentic behavior.
coordinated, inauthentic behavior. Seems totally normal, very natural. Everybody's having a good time. Just having a burger and a water, like all normal people do. Just a good old burger and water. Epi Mew, thank you for the super stickers. 2. Wait for it.
What? But I think you like him. And I think that you might be one of the people who's here who's looking at this as a president that is doing a good job, even though the polling is not so strong for him. Talk to us about how you see Donald Trump right now.
Well, I think one of the things that I see, before I get into Donald Trump, let me make a point that I think is interesting. Bill Maher on his show said, "Why do we even bother?"
Anybody who unironically quotes Bill Maher's show, like I watch Bill Maher's show on the regular, it's like, oh, you lost me.
The
Oh,
State
you've
of
already
the
lost
Union.
me, sir.
Regardless of which party is in office, the last few presidents, it's been theater. It's not.
Got a Bill Maher watcher. Watch out,
So
everybody.
You're lamenting something, but somebody might say you're dodging my question.
Okay.
I asked you.
This might be one of the most unwatchable out of all 8 streams. This is more unwatchable than the broken Forbes stream. Like I would have preferred watching the broken People's State of the Union Forbes stream than this. This is pain. This is like pulling teeth. I can't. This is torture.
Illegal.
This is like war
They have
crimes.
There's John Fetterman. They have a 30-second lobbying message for anybody. They can line the hall there and get in there early. John Fetterman has a. Has he caused consternation with his Democratic Party?
Well, interestingly, he was one of the first and only Democrats of the president.
Shut your mouth. I can't listen to these fools. Has he caused consternation with his Democratic Party? You idiot. You fucking moron. Look at all these people smiling and glad-handing. They're so excited to be here. The State of the Union. Trump's speech is expected so soon, 15 minutes from now. He would never keep us waiting. I'm sure we won't have to wait at all. Or anything. He's a timely man. Never have we here at the Galactic News Network had to wait for Donald Trump to make it to the microphone to speak. It's always
immediately, if
right
not
on time.
sooner.
I'm sorry. Did I say he's always right on time? I mean, actually, on many occasions we've had to sit here for... I think the longest time we've had to sit here waiting is like over 30 minutes. Maybe 45 minutes. So... we may be here until tomorrow, people. I really can't say for sure how long all of this is going to take, but it's good to have you here on the YouTube and Twitch. If you haven't already, hit the follow button and the subscribe button. Also, don't forget that we are brought to you by viewers like you. And... as a result, you should consider contributing to the Galactic News Network in one of the many ways we have available to you. Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, jewels on the vertical, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs on Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, Throne, and Patreon. So many great ways. So many great ways for all of you to support the stream, help keep us alive, keep me fed, keep the bills paid, keep the Galactic Space Station in orbit, and properly maintained so I don't get sucked out of the airlock unexpectedly midstream, never to be seen again. All right, but this is somehow more, we're just like standing here watching these guys shaking each other's hands is the worst. It's the actual worst. So I'm going back. I'm skipping past the C-SPAN because C-SPAN is just the worst.
No. I'll admit I liked his book, but no. I would love to expect a message of hope for the future, but we're here now, and we're not going to get to the future if we can't.
What is the thing that's bothering you? I talked to you before. There's some things that are really, really hurting you and bothering you when it comes to women. We haven't talked about that at all. Can you say a little bit about that?
Yeah, well, when we talked, I was a little flip and said I started watching The Handmaid's Tale and I had to stop. It started feeling too real, started feeling too possible. I don't feel like this president respects women. I don't feel like the people who, that's too general, and I won't make those kind of generalizations. But I think if the country is led by somebody who is
You don't want to make any generalizations.
vocal
I don't want to do that.
in his disrespect of 50% of the country, he's not for the people.
Like when he was saying the thing about the soccer, the female soccer team, that kind of stuff. But I think you probably see it differently. I bet you probably think Donald Trump is not so bad for women.
I wouldn't marry him.
Number 4.
I voted from day one in the primary. When I looked through everyone, I said, he is the guy who's going to do it.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Next.
And we're going to make sure they can't snuff out the light on the Statue of Liberty. Are we right about that, my fellow Americans? So look, we have a lot of work to do. And I'm often asked by people, when's the cavalry coming? Where are they? And my message to you, and you know this because you're here, is you are the cavalry. You are we the people. I know all of you remember.
I think he means
that
the
right after
cavalry.
he was sworn in, Donald Trump began his unlawful assault on hardworking federal employees. Federal employees who work every day to deliver services to the American people. You remember he brought in Elon Musk.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
To make government more efficient, but to rig the government in favor of billionaires like him. One of the people who stood up and spoke out was Dr. Jenna Norton, a career public health researcher at the National Institutes of Health. Dr. Norton blew the whistle on the outrageous actions that threaten the health and well-being of the American people. And she has been retaliated against because she was willing to stand up and tell the truth. But here's what we all know. When the history of this moment is written, the politicians and the law firms and the universities and the corporations who appease the bullies will be exposed as the cowards they are. And the people who are standing up to save our democracy, like all of you gathered here today, and people like Dr. Norton, they will be remembered as those who preserved our Constitution.
Polls actually do have her up, so I don't know who's going to end up winning the
what I'm
primary.
saying, yeah.
But in any case, whichever spies Republican should be wiped off the face of the earth. Like, that's the real energy with the Democratic base right now. And that's how it is typically in midterms,
Yeah,
right?
that's true.
Midterms are usually about voting against whatever you're pissed off about, usually the party in power. So I have no doubt that whether it's Crockett or Tallarico, the Dem base excitement, that is a given. Now, who can peel off some of this demo or that demo and this swing voter, that's a different question. But I don't think the Dem enthusiasm in Texas or any other place around the country, that's not going to be an issue for any Democrat.
If it's Tallarico Paxton, I give Tallarico much more of a shot.
I think
Paxton is such a toxic character.
They're a
and
great
also
juxtaposition for
so
his
much
argument.
more hated in Texas. Like even Republicans hate.
He's like a bad dude.
No, yeah, he's
Well, genuinely a bad guy.
bad.
Yeah, I
And
mean-
the other thing is, so the Texas Democrats will hate him. A lot of the more moderate, because listen, Texas is one of the last places in America where like the country club Republican like still exists. Like
Yeah,
that's
that's
literally
Cornyn.
the demographic for
John
John
Cornyn.
The Bush family
the
still
oil,
fanning those
yeah, the
flames.
Bush family is still around. Like you've got the oil men and the Houston Gulf. You know, ask me how I know this. Literally grew up around these people. The Houston oil men. Like, yeah, Trump. He's a bad talker sometimes, but I like his tax policy. He's really good for the energy.
He's going to
markets.
take that Ayatollah
Yeah, he's going to take the Ayatollah out. It'll be good for business. Like these types of
pushing oil
guys
prices a
still
little low, though.
very exist,
Yeah,
right?
that's
So
true.
that demographic will happily vote John Cornyn. It's still a big,
Yeah,
a lot of evangelicals, a lot of Christians. The thing for Tallarico is that if Paxton gets the nomination, you've got the morality argument against Paxton. You got some of the Democratic base stuff. You got the country club Republican who might sit out because he can't stomach. That could be a perfect storm for like a 1%, 0.5% type victory. But I can't see any scenario. If it's against Cornyn, I don't think I can see it right now.
But this brings us back to the problem that Trump is facing tonight, which is I think the reason that progressives embrace Tallarico heartily I'll keep my thoughts about him to myself, but he is running on saying it's not left versus right, it's top versus bottom.
Yeah.
And that, I think one of the reasons that progressives love him is he's finally embracing the argument that people like Crystal and Ryan have been making openly for years. And many people in like progressive circles who are actual leftists have been making that argument for a really long time. It's obviously the right argument to make. And he actually is just like openly saying, I love it. And I'm going to do it. I'm going to do the thing, pedal to the metal.
Immediately,
but that,
if not
again,
sooner.
is where
Okay, well, it's almost 9 o'clock. It's almost 9 o'clock, so I think I'm going to go, at this point, I was going to keep cycling through these, but I think I'm going to go directly to the source here. To the actual State of the Union. I mean, it's almost 9 o'clock. It's 8:55. It's got, I mean, they got to be getting close. Oh, the justices are showing up, I think.
And we are still here with Alex Gangitano and Marissa Schultz, two reporters who have been with us all night. So we had a little fun game there watching the Supreme Court come in. 4 members came in, Alex.
That's right. As we predicted, Kavanaugh is there. We know the president is very happy with him on that tariff ruling, that he sided with him. But Coney Barrett on the other side, the president is not so happy with, yet she wanted to be there. Of course, he appointed her in his first term. So I think she's curious what he has. She's one of the newer members, curious what the president has to say. But yeah, only 4 of them in there tonight.
Marissa Schultz, our colleague, Greta Bronner, noted that John Fetterman, D of Pennsylvania, is wearing a suit tonight.
Oh, that is notable.
Well, I think you have to wear a suit and tie,
Yeah.
or at least, I mean, he had a full suit on, but you have to wear a tie in either chamber still for the men.
Yeah, loyal C-SPAN viewers will know he's known for his casual dress, hoodies, shorts,
And at committee meetings, too, right?
Gym shorts, yeah.
All right, so we've had the diplomatic corps, we've had the Supreme Court. I'm guessing that the cabinet will be next before the president. It is now 8:56 here on the East Coast, 8:57. The speech is due to start at 9. We're kind of on time here, but we do have some more to come in. But I would say within 5 minutes of 9 o'clock, somebody will come to the door, the clerk will come to the door, Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States. Let's see if we can hear Mr.
Justice
Kavanaugh.
Like beers, and I won't apologize for it.
And there's Mrs. Vance.
Lady Vance.
And she's due with their 4th in July, I believe it is,
Yep.
correct? Yep. She's there. And we have not seen Mrs. Trump enter yet.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Oh, there's Senator Kelly.
Is he talking with the Supreme Court? He's talking with Elena Kagan.
Yeah, it looks like he's waiting to
She's the
head over
senior
there.
justice who was appointed by a Democratic president, I believe.
And the only Democratic liberal justice in the chamber tonight.
Oh, we've
Yeah,
got...
the only one in the chamber. Oh,
Right.
there's Ivanka and Barron.
That's right.
Is that?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
Barron Trump. The president's youngest son, and Ivanka Trump used to serve in the
You
first
an idiot,
administration.
yes.
Up from Florida.
else
She
do you
lives in
think
Florida
that
now,
is?
and of course her husband is very active in the Middle East.
Oh, his policy, yeah.
Here
I'd imagine
comes-
he's in the chamber.
Let's
tonight,
see who's
too.
coming. Because that must be Mrs. Trump. There she is.
And with some of the guests that she brought.
She announced earlier that she was bringing 2 young female students who exemplify two of her policies related to AI education and foster youth services. You can see how Barron Trump just towers over some other.
And he's a what, second year at NYU?
That's right. We'll see if he gets a shout out to the president. Lately has been giving Barron a shout, especially during his social media advice during the campaign. We hear a lot of him talking about Barron.
Mr. Speaker, the president's cabinet.
Here we go. Now maybe we can glean
Figure out
who the designated survivor is.
We knew Secretary
Marco Rubio, Andy Besant, Treasury. Okay, you're going to mark the list? Okay.
Okay.
Don't
worry about it, little Marco.
Gentlemen. You see Mr. Hegseth, Defense, or Department of War.
Oh, I think I see
And
Bondi.
Pam Bondi.
Did this guy just say Department of War? The commentary from C-SPAN is so fucking garbage. He just said Pete. They just said Pete Hegseth, Department of War. I'm done with these guys. Oh my god, they're out of control at C-SPAN. Oh, but the sound is terrible for this stream. Son of a bitch. Oh, I'm gonna have to deal with these C-SPAN assholes, aren't I?
Very
Is there a better stream?
Thank you.
You're-
Look at this fucking loser. Who is this guy? Who is this guy who doesn't know who Barron Trump is or who Russ Vogt is? Like, what? Why is this the commentary you're getting from C-SPAN? This is garbage. This is garbage. Can we get better? Can I get a better stream? I mean, CNN? Are you guys still doing the fucking Van Jones, Scott Jennings, round table circle jerk? Or what? Yep, still doing that. Okay, great. Maybe BBC? Who's covering this right now? All right, everybody's killing me. The Cedar stream? Wait, is Sam doing his own stream? Is he doing on the secret Majority Report live stream right now? From his phone? I gotta add the Cedar stream into my... What is going on here? I gotta add the Cedar stream to my my lineup of streams.
Officials and politicians and cabinet officials. I mean, right here you see Senator or Secretary Rubio really making his time down the aisle now. I mean, there's obviously been reporting about, is he someone who could actually be the next heir to the MAGA movement? So, you know, he's certainly aware that as he's doing these interactions, the camera's on him. He's the senior member of the cabinet. So that's also important. But when the cabinet is eventually seated and the president enters.
Who has been saying that? Who in the hell has been saying that Marco Rubio is going to inherit the MAGA movement? It is one of the funniest things I've heard so far tonight.
Don't worry about it,
Yes,
little Marco.
Gentlemen. How the president interacts with these members of Congress around him. Like, are these enthusiastic people who are greeting him happily? Does he walk in and project physical vigor? Once he's at the podium, does he look strong? Is he doing a call and response with the members? Like, does he look like he's enjoying it? I mean, these subtle personality differences are certainly something that any
Did he just
president
say
will have been
physical?
training and practicing for in the days leading up to this speech.
And you know what's interesting?
Did this guy just
Don't
say
be creepy.
physical vigor? Does Donald Trump have the physical vigor? Oh my god. Weird.
Weird.
Labor Secretary, Secretary Chavez, Lori Chavez DeRemer,
former House members like Secretary Chavez-DeRemer and Secretary Duffy and others, they're the ones that get a lot more conversation going down.
Because these are their former colleagues,
Their
right?
former colleagues want to say hello. They say hi to them. That's why you see a gap like that.
And look at that. Members are just.
Oh, God. Puppy killer. R.I.P. Cricket. Ooh.
They're taking selfies too.
His dementia is going to shine
Duffy?
tonight.
What's Duffy's
It
first
is.
name?
Oh, wait. Zateo, the Zateo stream. Whoopsies, I double clicked. God damn it, what have I done? Oh, God. Oh. Susie Wiles is there, great. Glad Susie's there. The Ice Queen. They call her the Ice Queen. What's up with the,
Looney Tunes 9000 just cheered 100 bits. Orange circle emoji. Woke GNN is right. I am a complete, stupid, incompetent, crazy, sick, and deranged piece of crap. Thank you for your attention to this fucking matter. President King Donald Trump.
Thank you, Looney, for the bits. Much appreciated. Why is... Did anybody see that? Hold on. We gotta go back. I was distracted. What? Why is, what's her face wearing this hand brace? What happened to National Security Director? Why can't I think of her fucking name right now? This idiot. You see her hand? What's up with this? Why is she wearing like a wrist brace? Been too busy jerking off the president? She's been going a little too hard. Oh, the president is here. Oh, yay. I'm here. That was the shittiest handshake I've ever seen. Did you see that handshake? That was he didn't even like touch that guy's hand. He just like quick. It was a quick.
Trying to keep him on time.
Is that a dap?
I'm gonna try a selfie.
Can I get a selfie, sir? Yes, of course. Make sure to put it on TikTok. Oh shit. Do you see Al Green's sign? Did anybody see Al Green's sign?
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Members of Congress, I have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you the President of the United States.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. It's really an honor. Speaker Johnson, Vice President Vance, First Lady of the United States. Second Lady of the United States.
Oh my God, is he gonna thank? Is he gonna thank everybody? How long is this? Is this why it's gonna take 2 hours? He's gonna thank everybody there.
Members of Congress and my fellow Americans, our nation is back, bigger, better, richer, and stronger than ever before. Less than 5 months from now, our country will celebrate an epic milestone in American history, the 250th anniversary of our glorious American independence. This July 4th, we will mark 2.5 centuries of liberty and triumph, progress and freedom in the most incredible and exceptional nation ever to exist on the face of the earth. And you've seen nothing yet. We're going to do better and better and better. This is the golden age of America.
Golden age.
When I last spoke in this chamber 12 months ago, I had just inherited a nation in crisis with a stagnant economy, inflation at record levels, a wide open border, horrendous recruitment for military and police, rampant crime at home, and wars and chaos all over the world. But tonight, after just 1 year, I can say with dignity and pride that we have achieved a transformation like
you should be
no
ashamed
one
of
has
yourself for
ever
having
seen
that thought.
before, and a turnaround for the ages. It is indeed a turnaround for the ages. And we will never go back to where we were just a very short time ago. We're not going back. Today our border is secure. Thank you.
These
Today our
people are
border is
such fucking
secure.
children.
Our spirit is restored. Inflation is plummeting. Incomes are rising fast. The roaring economy is roaring like never before, and our enemies are scared. Our military and police are stacked, and America is respected again, perhaps like never before. After 4 years in which millions and millions of illegal aliens poured across our borders, totally unvetted and unchecked, we now have the strongest and most secure border in American history by far.
You are fat, you are a joke, you are stupid.
In the past 9 months, 0 illegal aliens have been admitted to the United States.
If these fascists are going to clap for every fragment of a sentence that Donald Trump says, this is going to take us like 4 fucking hours.
But we will always allow people to come in legally, people that will love our country and will work hard to maintain our country. The flow of deadly fentanyl across our border is down by a record 56% in 1 year. And last year, the murder rate saw its single largest decline in recorded history. This is the biggest decline, think of it, in recorded history, the lowest number in over 125 years. Year 1900. In fact, substantially before my wonderful father, I had a wonderful father, Fred, before he was born, substantially before he was born.
Wonderful father,
It's a long
Fred.
time ago. He wouldn't like me to say that, but that's a long time ago. The Biden administration and its allies in Congress gave us the worst inflation in the history of our country. But in 12 months, my administration has driven core inflation down to the lowest level in more than 5 years. And in the last 3 months of 2025, it was down to 1.7%. Gasoline, which reached a peak of over $6 a gallon in some states under my predecessor, it was quite honestly a disaster, is now below $2.30 a gallon in most states, and in some places, $1.99 a gallon. And when I visited the great state of Iowa just a few weeks ago, I even saw $1.85 a gallon for gasoline.
Nobody is paying that.
Mortgage rates are the lowest in 4 years and falling fast, and the annual cost of a typical new mortgage is down almost $5,000 just since I took office. 1 year.
That is not, I'm fairly certain that's not true.
And low interest rates will solve the Biden-created housing problem while at the same time protecting the values of those people who already own a house that really feel rich for the first time in their lives. We want to protect those values. We want to keep those values up. We're going to do both. And we are going to keep it that way. The stock market has set 53 all-time record highs since the election. Think of that, 1 year. Boosting pensions, 401ks, and retirement accounts for the millions and millions of Americans. They're all gaining. Everybody's up, way up. In 4 long years, the last administration got less than $1 trillion in new investment in the United States. And when I say less, substantially less. In 12 months, I secured commitments for more than $18 trillion pouring in from all over the globe.
China.
Think of it, much less than $1 trillion for 4 years versus much more than $18 trillion for 1 year. What a difference a president makes. A short time ago, we were a dead country. Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world, the hottest. As thousands of new businesses are forming and factories, plants, and laboratories are being built, we have added 70,000 new construction jobs in just a very short period of time. It's getting bigger and bigger and stronger. Nobody can believe what they're watching. American oil production is up by more than 600,000 barrels a day, and we just received from our new friend and partner, Venezuela, more than 80 million barrels of oil. American natural gas production is at an all-time high because I kept my promise to drill, baby, drill.
That's how it flows.
More Americans are working today than at any time in the history of our country. Think about that. Any time in the history of our country, more working today. And 100% of all jobs created under my administration have been in the private sector. We ended DEI in America.
Oh my God. They really are going to clap for every sentence fragment that he says.
We've got a record number of
This is gonna take
job-killing
forever.
regulations, and in 1 year we have lifted 2.4 million Americans, a record, off of food stamps.
Somalia.
And for all of these reasons, I say tonight, members of Congress, the state of our union is strong.
Daddies are more stronger than mommies.
Our country is winning again. In fact, we're winning so much that we really don't know what to do about it. People are asking me, please, 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 Mr. President, we're winning too much. We can't take it anymore.
We're winning
not
too
used
much.
to winning in our country. until you came along. We're just always losing, but now we're winning too much. And I say, no, no, no. You're going to win again. You're going to win big. You're going to win bigger than ever. And to prove that point, here with us tonight is a group of winners who just made the entire nation proud. The men's gold medal Olympic hockey team. Come on in.
Dangerous morons. Perverts.
These guys should be ashamed of themselves. Boo these men. Boo these fucking political pawn motherfuckers. You know what I say to this? I'm sorry, you should have won, Canada. You should have won. Canada should have won. These guys are trash.
That's the first time I've ever seen them get up. And actually, not all of them did get up. But they beat a fantastic Canadian team in overtime, as everybody saw, as did the American women who will soon be coming to the White House.
And then we're going to send them to Epstein Island. We're going to bring the women and then we're going to sell them into sex slavery.
Immediately, if not sooner. Illegal.
They were in the Oval Office before, and I just want to say a second very big congratulations to Team USA. But I have to say that, and I told them this, and we took a vote of the team. I said, anybody votes no, I'm not doing it. So they stood there, and they weren't about to say no, because I've never seen a goaltender play as well as goalie Connor Hellebuck. Think of it, 46 shots on goal, and I asked him, the one shot, the one where you put your stick in the back and it hit the neck of your stick and bounced off, do you practice that, or was that a little lucky? He refused to answer that question. But I just want to tell you that the members of this great hockey squad will be very happy to hear, based on their vote and my vote, and in this case my vote was more important, that I will soon be presenting Connor with our highest civilian honor, which we will be given and which has been given to many athletes over the years. But when I say many, not too many, like 12, it's called the highest civilian honor in our country, the Presidential Medal
That's
of
what
Freedom.
we call it. Why? don't even know this guy's fucking name. Why does he get the Presidential Medal of Freedom? For playing hockey?
Great athletes have gotten that, very great, the best, and I thought he deserved it. And I did take a vote, every single one of them. I said, I'm not giving it if anybody goes no, and every single one of them rapidly put up their hand. So I want to thank you. What a special job you did. What special champions you are. Thank you very much. I'm also pleased to say that the next time the Olympic torch is lit, it will be here in America for the 2028 Olympics, and it's the summer version right in Los Angeles. We're going to do a good job in Los Angeles. And Los Angeles is going to be safe, just like Washington, D.C. is now one of the safest cities in the country. Come on! And this year, and I must say I got them both. I got them in my first term, and I was disappointed because I didn't think I'd be the president when this happened. But strange things took place. And now I've got them because I got the Olympics and I got the 2026 FIFA World Cup. And I wanted to claim the 250th, but I didn't get away with that one. I couldn't claim that one for myself. But we're getting the World Cup, so we have the World Cup and the Olympics coming, and that is exciting news.
This guy is mad with power. He's a deranged fucking
This will be a year to celebrate our country and the heroes who have kept it free. Men like Buddy Taggart. At age 17, Buddy volunteered to defend America in World War II, serving in the Pacific under the great General Douglas MacArthur. He fought bravely in the famous Battle of Manila, worked so hard. He was badly wounded and almost killed by enemy machine guns in Luzon. And 81 years ago this month, he liberated the largest internment camp in the Philippines, one of the largest anywhere in the world. But he earned many honors, including a Purple Heart and a Bronze Star, came home, started a family, and tonight he is in the gallery looking forward to July 4th, 2026, his 100th birthday.
Did he just say something about liberating an internment camp? While he has, like, he's literally creating a multi-billion-dollar internment camp infrastructure in the United States? Did he really just say that? It's insane. It's fucking insane. This is insane.
So, Buddy, you're a brave man, and we salute you. Even in times of challenge, setback, and immense heartache, the spirit of 1776 has always shone through very brightly. It was July 4th of last year when floodwaters tore through a girls' summer camp in Central Texas, one of the worst things I've ever seen. I was there, rising 26 feet in the matter of minutes, tragically claiming many, many lives. You all remember that one. As the waters threatened to sweep her away, 11-year-old Millie Kate McClelland closed her eyes and prayed to God. She thought she was going to die. Those prayers were answered when Coast Guard rescue swimmer Scott Ruskin descended from a helicopter above. Nobody knew where he came from. It was Scott's first ever rescue mission, a young guy, but very brave, very, very top, always top in his class. And he lifted not just Millie Kate, but 164 others to safety.
The most top.
People watched Scott from a distance, and they couldn't believe what they were seeing. The winds were blowing, the rain was pouring, everything was going, and that rapid water, nobody's ever seen anything like it. They said, wow, that's something.
From the
Tonight,
standpoint
Scott
of water.
and Millie Kate are here together, reunited for the very first time. Thank you, Scott, Millie Kate. And Petty Officer Ruskin, I'm pleased to inform you that I am now awarding you the Legion of Merit
I would like to point
for extraordinary heroism, which is what it was, extraordinary heroism. Thank you.
I would just like to point out, while he's trying to honor this guy, his administration completely fumbled the ball. FEMA was not ready for the storm whatsoever. And Texas Republicans completely failed the people. And while they want to celebrate this guy, they should be shamed. They should be ashamed for how they dealt with the situation.
Thank you very much. From 1776 to today, every generation of Americans has stepped forward to defend life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And they're really doing it for the next generation. But now it's our turn. Together we're building a nation where every child has the chance to reach higher and go further, where government answers to the people, not the powerful, and where the interests of hardworking American citizens are always our first and ultimate concern. That is the debt we owe to the
A
heroes.
government that answers to the people, not the powerful.
That is
Did he
the
really
promise
just say
we
that?
must keep to America for our 250th year. Last year, I urged this Congress to begin the mission by passing the largest tax cuts in American history, and our Republican majorities delivered so beautifully. Thank you, Republicans. All Democrats,
this is a
every single
disgrace.
one of them, voted against these really important and very necessary, massive tax cuts. They wanted large-scale tax increases to hurt the people instead. But we held strong, and with the
He's
great,
just
big,
screaming.
beautiful bill, we gave you no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. And we also made interest on auto loans tax deductible the first time, but only if the car is made in America. Recently in Pennsylvania, I met Megan Hemhauser, a devoted mom who's homeschools her children, beautiful, 2 children, during the day while waiting tables at night as her husband works overtime operating very heavy equipment. Megan is here this evening, and she's happy to tell you that she is so much richer because with no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and our expanded child tax credit done again by Republicans, Megan and her husband will take home more than $5,000 extra just for the year, cutting her tax bill in more than half. Megan, please stand up. We're fighting for you, Megan. Thank you, Megan. We're fighting for you, Megan. Under our bill, parents like Megan can also activate their children's brand new Trump accounts. And I didn't name it. I did not name that.
I didn't name it. No.
Nobody believes me, but I did not name it. It was named by a very tall man, didn't he?
Total coincidence.
Nice man, a good man. Tax-free investment accounts for every American child. This is something that's so special and has taken off and gone through the roof. Millions will be pre-funded courtesy of the U.S. Treasury and private individuals like Michael and Susan Dell, who have donated $6.25 billion to fund the Trump accounts for 25 million American children.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
When I asked Michael Dell, how do you make all that money? He said, well, I just sat on my dorm in school, and I made computers, and I'd sell them to people, and I just kept selling and selling and selling, and pretty amazing story. That's called the American dream. He sold a lot of computers, a lot of those laptops, so I congratulate him on that, but I really thank him and Susan, as well as others like Brad Gerstner, a very tremendous guy. He was behind it right from the beginning. Brad Gerstner. Thank you, Brad.
I just want to thank all the billionaires. Thank you. Thank you for the money.
So with modest additional contributions, these young people's accounts could grow to over $100,000 or more by the time they turn 18. Think of it. How much money is that for somebody that started with nothing? Over 100,000, could be much more than that. To make this investment in our children's future, go to TrumpAccounts.gov. TrumpAccounts.gov. And a lot of people are doing it. It's setting every record in the book. It's popular. They knew what it was going to take. I'm so proud of them. I'm so proud of the people that got it started. And now it's just taken off. One of the primary reasons for our country's stunning economic turnaround, the biggest in history, where the Dow Jones broke 50,000 4 years ahead of schedule, and the S&P hit 7,000, where it wasn't supposed to do it for many years.
Nobody wanted to clap for that.
I use these tariffs.
Nobody wants to clap.
Hundreds of billions of dollars to make great deals for our country, both economically and on a national security basis. Everything was working well. Countries that were ripping us off for decades are now paying us hundreds of billions of dollars. They were ripping us so badly, you all know that. Everybody knows it. Even the Democrats know it. They just don't want to say it. And yet these countries are now happy, and so are we. We made deals. The deals are all done. And they're happy. They're not making money like they used to, but we're making a lot of money. There was no inflation, tremendous growth, and the big story was how Donald Trump called the economy correctly, and 22 Nobel Prize winners in economics didn't. They got it totally wrong. They got it really wrong. And then just 4 days ago, an unfortunate ruling from the United States Supreme Court. It just came down. It came down. Very unfortunate ruling. But the good news is that almost all countries and corporations want to keep the deal that they already made, right, Scott? Knowing that the legal power that I, as president, have to make a new deal could be far worse for them, and therefore they will continue to work along the same successful path that we had negotiated before the Supreme Court's unfortunate involvement. So despite the disappointing ruling, it's powerful. Country saving. It's saving our country, the kind of money we're taking in. Peace protecting. Many of the wars I settled was because of the threat of tariffs. I wouldn't have been able to settle them without. Will remain in place under fully approved and tested alternative legal statutes. And they have been tested for a long time. They're a little more complex, but they're actually probably better, leading to a solution that will be even stronger than before. Congressional action will not be necessary. It's already time-tested and approved. And as time goes by, I believe the tariffs paid for by foreign countries will, like in the past, substantially replace the modern-day system of income tax, taking a great financial burden off the people that I love.
Daddy can do no wrong.
Right?
Dangerous morons.
Moving forward, factories, jobs, investment, and trillions of dollars will continue pouring into the United States of America because we finally have a president who puts America first. I put America first. I love America. For decades before I came along, we had the exact opposite. From trade to healthcare, from energy to immigration, everything was stolen and rigged in order to drain the wealth out of the productive, hardworking people who make our country great, who make our country run. Under Biden and his corrupt partners in Congress and beyond, it reached a breaking point with the Green New Scam, open borders for everyone. They poured in by the millions and millions from prisons, from mental institutions. They were murderers, 11,888 murders. They came into our country. You allowed that.
Oh my God, this guy's just going to sit here and lie for 2 hours, isn't he? This is horrifying. Honestly, Democrats just need to walk out on this shit. They just need to walk out on this nonsense. This is so dumb. Thank you to Heidi for the super chat. Much appreciated.
That they caused and created the increased prices that all of our citizens had to endure. You caused that problem. You caused that problem. They knew their statements were a lie. They knew it. They knew their statements were a dirty, rotten lie. Their policies created the high prices. Our policies are rapidly ending them. We are doing really well. Those prices are plummeting downward. The price of eggs is down 60%. Madam Secretary, thank you. The cost of chicken, butter, fruit, hotels, automobiles,
We fixed it.
is lower
Everything's
today
fixed.
than when I took office by a lot. And even beef, which was very high, is starting to come
Really?
down significantly. Just hold on a little while. We're getting it down. And soon you will see numbers that few people would think were possible to achieve just a short time ago. Nobody can believe when they see the kind of numbers, and especially energy, when they see energy going down to numbers like that, they cannot believe it. It's like another big tax cut. I'm also confronting one of the biggest ripoffs of our times, the crushing cost of health care caused by you. Since the passage of the Unaffordable Care Act, sometimes referred to as Obamacare, big insurance companies have gotten rich. It was meant for the insurance companies, not for the people. With our government giving them hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars a year as their stock prices soared 1,000, 1,200, 1,400, and even 1,700%, like nothing else. That's why I introduced the great health care plan. I want to stop all payments to big insurance companies and instead give that money directly to the people so they can buy their own health care, which will be better health care at a much lower cost. In addition, my plan requires maximum price transparency. That's a big deal. Sounds so simple, so big. And I did that in my first term, and the Democrats immediately terminated it with full knowledge that they were doing a very bad thing for the people. Costs were going to go way up, and that's what happened, and now I'm bringing them way down on health care and everything else. I'm also ending the wildly inflated cost of prescription drugs like has never happened before.
Now, of course, Donald Trump has done absolutely nothing to lower healthcare costs for anyone yet, and in fact has done a whole bunch of shit to make it much more expensive.
Most didn't try, actually. But they tried. They said they tried. They couldn't do it. They didn't even come close. They were all talk and no action, but I got it done. Under my just enacted most favored nation agreements, Americans who have for decades paid by far the highest prices of any nation anywhere in the world for prescription drugs will now pay the lowest price anywhere in the world for drugs. Anywhere. The lowest price.
Put your John back.
So in my first year of the second term, should be my third term, but strange things happen. I took prescription drugs, a very big part of healthcare, from the highest price in the entire world to the lowest. That's a big achievement. The result is price differences of 300, 400, 500, 600% and more, all available right now at a new website called TrumpRx.com.
700%.
That one either, by the way.
10,000% lower.
And here tonight is the very first customer ever to get that big discount, and it is big, Catherine Rayner. For 5 years, she and her husband have struggled with infertility, and they turned to IVF. One drug has been costing Catherine $4,000 to purchase. But a few weeks ago, she logged onto the TrumpRx website and got that same drug that cost $4,000, got it for under $500, a reduction of much more, actually,
not
than
500% less.
$500. Catherine, we are all praying.
Just so everybody understands, that is much less than 500%. It's pretty clear Donald Trump doesn't understand how math works.
So now I'm calling on Congress to codify my most favored nation program into law. Now, the one thing, I'm not sure it matters because it's going to be very hard for somebody that comes along after me to say, let's raise drug prices by 700 or 800%. But John and Mike, if you don't mind, codify it anyway. They may do it. Codify it anyway. Thank you. Many Americans are also concerned that energy demand from AI data centers could unfairly drive up their electric utility bills. Tonight, I'm pleased to announce that I have negotiated the new Ratepayer Protection Pledge. You know what that is? We're telling the major tech companies that they have the obligation to provide for their own power needs. They can build their own power plants as part of their factory so that no one's prices will go up. And in many cases, prices of electricity will go down for the community and very substantially down. This is a unique strategy never used in this country before. We have an old grid. It could never handle the kind of numbers, the amount of electricity that's needed. So I'm telling them they can build their own plant. They're going to produce their own electricity. It will ensure the company's ability to get electricity while at the same time lowering prices of electricity for you, and could be very substantial for all of you cities and towns. You're going to see some good things happen over the next number of years. Another pillar of the American dream that has been under attack is home ownership. With us tonight is Rachel Wiggins, a mom of two from Houston. She placed bids on 20 homes and lost all of those bids to gigantic investment firms that bypassed inspection, paid all cash, and turned those houses into rentals, stealing away her American dream. She was devastated. Stories like this are why last month I signed executive order to ban large Wall Street investment firms from buying up in the thousands single-family homes. And now I'm asking Congress to make that ban permanent, because homes for people, really, that's what we want. We want homes for people, not for corporations. Corporations are doing just fine. Raysel, thank you very much. Good luck with your home. You'll get one soon. We're also working to make it easier for Americans to save for retirement. And under this administration, we will always protect Social Security and Medicare. They are not protecting it for our seniors. We will always protect Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. Since I took office, the typical 401k balance is up by at least $30,000. That's a lot of money. We have millions and millions of people, because the stock market has done so well, setting all those records. Your 401ks are way up. Yet half of all of working Americans still do not have access to a retirement plan with matching contributions from an employer. To remedy this gross disparity, I'm announcing that next year my administration will give these often forgotten American workers, great people, the people that built our country, access to the same type of retirement plan offered to every federal worker. We will match your contribution with up to $1,000 each year. As we ensure that all Americans can profit from a rising stock market, let's also ensure that members of Congress cannot corruptly profit from using insider information. They stood up for that. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Did Nancy Pelosi stand up if she's here? Doubt it. Pass the Stop Insider Trading Act without delay.
Trump wants to talk about insider trading while he enriches himself to the tunes of billions and billions of dollars.
I was going to applaud for that. I'm very impressed. Thank you. I'm very impressed. But when it comes to the corruption that is plundering, it's plundering America. There's been no more stunning example than Minnesota, where members of the Somali community have pillaged an estimated $19 billion from the American
Somalia.
All the information. And in actuality, the number is much higher than that. And California, Massachusetts, Maine, and many other states are even worse. This is the kind of corruption that shreds the fabric of a nation, and we are working on it like you wouldn't believe. So tonight, although started 4 months ago, I am officially announcing the war on fraud to be led by our great Vice President J.D. Vance. We'll get it done. And if we're able to find enough of that fraud, we will actually have a balanced budget overnight. It'll go very quickly. That's the kind of money you're talking about. We'll balance our budget. The Somali pirates who ransacked Minnesota remind us that there are large parts of the world where bribery, corruption, and lawlessness are the norm, not the exception. Importing these cultures through unrestricted immigration and open borders brings those problems right here to the USA. And it is the American people who pay the price in higher medical bills, car insurance rates, rent, taxes, and perhaps most importantly, crime. We will take care of this problem. We're going to take care of this problem. We are not playing games. Delilah. Delilah Colvin was only 5 years old in June 2024 when a 18-wheel tractor trailer plowed into her stopped car traveling at 60 miles an hour or more. The driver was an illegal alien let in by Joe Biden and given a commercial driver's license by open borders politicians in California. Doctors said Delilah would never be able to walk or talk, have a good life. She wouldn't even be able to eat again. But against all odds, she is now in the first grade learning to walk. And she's here this evening with her dad, Marcus, a fantastic man. Delilah, please, you are a great inspiration. Please stand up.
I'm really glad Donald Trump hasn't stopped using children as puppets in his State of the Unions.
Thank you, Delilah. Many, if not most, illegal aliens do not speak English and cannot read even the most basic road signs as to direction, speed, danger, or location. That's why tonight I'm calling on Congress to pass what we will call the Delilah Law, barring any state from granting commercial driver's licenses to illegal aliens.
You should be ashamed of yourself
And
for having that thought.
as you probably saw at the White House, I hosted a ceremony with Americans who lost their treasured loved ones to the scourge of illegal immigration. People came into our country, how we allowed this to happen with our open borders. These are the angel moms and families that for decades our government betrayed and our media
For the love of
totally
God.
ignored. Totally ignored.
Not the angel
Hard
moms.
to believe, actually. In 2023, a 16-year-old high school cheerleader named Elizabeth Medina was supposed to perform in her town's Christmas parade, but she never arrived. Her mother, Jacqueline, went home to look for her, and she found her lying dead in a bathtub, bleeding profusely after being stabbed 25 times. Elizabeth's killer was a previously arrested illegal alien who had broken in and brutally extinguished the brightest light in her family's life, violently and viciously. Her heartbroken mother is in the gallery to remind everyone in this chamber exactly why we are deporting illegal alien criminals to our country at record numbers, and we're getting them the hell out of here fast. We don't want them.
He always trots out the angel moms and the children at these things. It's just propaganda. It's just pure propaganda. And meanwhile, what about all the moms that are like without their children or separated from their families because of his deportation policies?
Not only allowed the border invasion to happen before I got involved, but indeed they would do it all over again if they ever had the chance. If they ever got elected, they would open up those borders to some of the worst criminals anywhere in the world. The only thing standing between Americans and a wide open border right now is President Donald J. Trump and our great Republican patriots in Congress. Thank you. Thank you. As we speak, Democrats in this chamber have cut off all funding for the Department of Homeland Security. It's all cut off. It's all cut off. They have instituted another Democrat shutdown, the first one costing us 2 points on GDP. 2 points we lost on GDP, which probably made them quite happy. Now they have closed the agency responsible for protecting Americans from terrorists and murderers.
Dangerous
Tonight I'm
morons.
demanding the full and immediate restoration of all funding for the border security, homeland security of the United States, and also for helping people clean up their snow. We have no money because of the Democrats, and it would be nice. We'd love to give you a hand at cleaning it up, but you gave no money. Nobody's getting paid. It's a shame. So you have to think about it. We have, in case you didn't know, a large snowstorm out there. One of the great things about the State of the Union is how it gives Americans the chance to see clearly what their representatives really believe. So tonight I'm inviting every legislature to join with my administration in reaffirming the fundamental principle. If you agree with this statement, then stand up and show your support. The first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens. Isn't that a shame? You should be ashamed of yourself not standing up. You should be ashamed of yourself. That is why I'm also asking you to end deadly sanctuary cities that protect the criminals and enact serious penalties for public officials who block the removal of criminal aliens. In many cases, drug lords, murderers all over our country, they're blocking the removal of these people out of our country, and you should be ashamed of yourself. And perhaps most importantly, I'm asking you to approve the Save America Act. To stop illegal aliens and others who are unpermitted persons from voting in our sacred American elections. The cheating is rampant in our elections. It's rampant. It's very simple. All voters must show voter ID. All voters must show proof of citizenship in order to vote. And no more crooked mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military, or travel. None. And this should be an easy one. And by the way, it's polling at 89%, including Democrats. 89%. And even the new communist mayor of New York City, I think he's a nice guy, actually. Speak to him a lot.
Zohran
Bad policy,
Mamdani.
but nice guy. Just said they want people to shovel snow. They got hit hard. Wants them to shovel snow, but if you apply for that job, you need to show 2 original forms of ID and a Social Security card. Yet they don't want identification for the greatest privilege of them all, voting in America. No, it's no good. No good. Both Republicans and Democrats overwhelmingly agree on the policy that we just enunciated. And Congress should unite and enact this common sense, country-saving legislation right now, and it should be before anything else happens. And the reason they don't want to do it, why would anybody not want voter ID? One reason, because they want to cheat. There's only one reason. They make up all excuses. They say it's racist. They come up with things you almost say, what imagination they have. They want to cheat. They have cheated. And their policy is so bad that the only way they can get elected is to cheat. And we're going to stop it. We have to stop it, John. And here is one more opportunity to show common sense in government. In the gallery tonight are Sage Blair and her mother, Michelle. In 2021, Sage was 14 when school officials in Virginia sought to socially transition her to a new gender, treating her as a boy and hiding it from her parents. Hard to believe, isn't it? Before long, a confused Sage ran away from home.
Daddies are more stronger than
was
mommies.
found in a horrific situation in Maryland. A left-wing judge refused to return Sage to her parents because they did not immediately state that their daughter was their son. Sage was thrown into an all-boys state home and suffered terribly for a long time. But today, all of that is behind them because Sage is a proud and wonderful young woman with a full-ride scholarship to Liberty University. Sage and Michelle, please stand up. And thank you for your great bravery. And who can believe that we're even speaking about things like this? 15 years ago, if somebody was up here and said that, they'd say, what's wrong with him? But now we have to say it because it's going on all over numerous states without even telling the parents. But surely we can all agree no state can be allowed to rip children from their parents' arms and transition them to a new gender against the parents' will.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running
We
the
must ban
United
it,
States
and we
of
must ban it
America.
immediately.
No idea what you're talking
Nobody
about,
says that.
sir.
These people are crazy, I'm telling you. They're crazy. Amazing. Incredible. Boy, oh boy. We're lucky we have a country. With people like this, Democrats are destroying our country, but we've stopped it just in the nick of time, didn't we?
These people are perverts.
No one cares more about protecting America's youth than our wonderful First Lady. Now a movie star. She's a movie star. Can you believe it? Who would have believed that? Over the past year, she has had an incredible impact championing AI legislation, advancing a landmark executive order on foster care, and helping secure $30 million to launch the Melania Trump Foster Youth to Independence Initiative. It's a tremendous, really a tremendous thing that happened and had a lot of bipartisan support. She gets much better bipartisan support than I do. I get none. She gets a lot. Someday you're going to have to tell me how you did that. And students and educators in every state have joined the First Lady's efforts in the presidential AI challenge, keeping America's next generation positioned to succeed and strongly succeed in the future. Tonight we welcome two young people whose lives reflect the First Lady's impact, Sierra Burns and Everest Nevermont. Thank you both, and Melania, thank you. I know how hard you worked on it. Thank you very much.
Be best.
Be best.
I'm very proud to say that during my time in office, both the first 4 years and in particular this last year, there has been a tremendous renewal in religion, faith, Christianity, and belief in God. Tremendous renewal. This is especially true among young people, and a big part of that had to do with my great friend, Charlie Kirk, a great guy, great man.
The beginning of the rise of the Antichrist.
So last year, Charlie was violently murdered by an assassin and martyred, really martyred for his beliefs. His wonderful wife, Erica, is with us tonight. Erica, please stand. Thank you, Erica. Been through a lot. In Charlie's
I mean, this
memory,
woman
we
is
must all
dangerous,
come
ladies and
together to
gentlemen.
reaffirm that America is one nation under God, and we must totally reject political violence of any kind. We love religion, and we love bringing it back, and it's coming back at levels that nobody actually thought possible. It's really a beautiful thing to see. Above all, unleashing America's promise requires keeping our communities safe. We have made incredible strides, yet dangerous repeat offenders continue to be released by pro-crime Democrat politicians again and again. We are honored to be joined tonight by
the news
a woman
and the
who's
left
been through
promotes
hell,
pedophilia.
Anya Zarutska. In 2022, she and her beautiful daughter, so beautiful, what a beautiful young woman.
Women are throwing themselves at me.
War-torn Ukraine to live with relatives near Charlotte, North Carolina. And by the way, what's going on with Charlotte? Last summer, 23-year-old Irina was riding home on the train when a deranged monster who had been arrested over a dozen times and was released through no cash bail, stood up and viciously slashed a knife through her neck and body. No one will ever forget. There were people on that train. No one will ever forget the expression of terror on Irina's face as she looked up at her attacker in the last seconds of her life. She died instantly. She had escaped a brutal war only to be slain by a hardened criminal set free to kill in America came in through open borders. Mrs. Zaretsky, tonight I promise you we will ensure justice for your magnificent daughter.
Everybody realizes what this is going to be. This is a 2-hour-long compilation of every right-wing propaganda piece starting from last year till now. Every single horrifying piece of propaganda that they have uttered and used to their advantage is coming out, and maybe a couple of surprise new ones.
How do you not stand? How do you not stand? I'm asking this Congress to pass tough legislation to ensure that violent and dangerous repeat offenders are put behind bars, and importantly, that they stay there. Starting last summer, I deployed our National Guard and federal law enforcement to restore law and order to our most dangerous cities, including Memphis, Tennessee, big success, New Orleans, Louisiana, big success, and our nation's capital itself, Washington, D.C., where we have almost no crime anymore in Washington, D.C. How did that happen?
No more crime, all gone.
In fact, crime in Washington is now at the lowest level ever recorded, and murders in D.C. this January were down close to 100% from a year ago.
No, not a single crime, aside from the ones I'm doing. And yet crime at the White House is up 10,000%.
Service members who helped achieve this stunning turnaround was 20-year-old West Virginia Army National Guard Specialist Sarah Beckstrom. After a 4-month deployment, she voluntarily extended her service, and her rank was going to be lifted. She was doing so well. They were so proud of her. But the very next day, she was on patrol near the White House when she was ambushed and shot in the head by a terrorist monster from Afghanistan. Shouldn't have been in our country.
Here we go.
And all because she wore the uniform of our nation, she was shot. He traveled here because he didn't like people wearing our uniform. He was sick and deranged, shouldn't have been in our country. Sarah Beckstrom died in order to defend our capital, and we are honored to be joined by her wonderful parents, Gary and Eva Lee. Your daughter was a true American patriot, and she will be greatly missed. She was a great person. I saw reports on her. They've never seen anything like it. So sorry. Thank you very much. A great young lady. I saw reports that were like, perfect. She was perfect. Serving alongside Sarah that day was Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf. The terrorist shot Andrew in the head, and no one thought he could possibly make it. The two of them, Sarah and Andrew, both shot violently in the head. Neither was expected to make it. They weren't even given a chance, except his wonderful mother, named Melody, who I spoke to the same night, and she was so positive. The doctors thought that Andrew was gone, but his mother said, no, no, Mr. President, Andrew will be fine. He's going to make it. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, he was given almost no chance. She said, I have no doubt, sir, he's going to be okay. This was a conversation that I had with her that night, with her son laying helplessly in bed, blood all over. Everybody is praying, she said, sir, he will be okay. The doctors didn't understand what she was saying, and after looking at the results of the damage done, neither did I. She was so strong and conclusive that even Andrew's great father felt she didn't really understand the gravity of the situation. But she turned out to be right. Right, Melanie? She turned out to be right.
What does any of this have to do with the State of the Union? I don't understand.
Amazing, actually. I said, where does this woman come from? She's the most positive person I've ever met. With God's help, Andrew has battled back from the edge of death, and we're talking about the edge of death, on his way to a miraculous recovery. He's got a little work to do, but he's doing great. Nice to see you. He's a good-looking guy. Nice to see you. Thanks, Andrew. Thank you very much. So, Andrew, while you're up, now I'm going to ask a highly respected General James Seward to present Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf and the great family of Sarah Beckstrom with the award created by our late, great President George Washington himself. It's called the Purple Heart.
This is ridiculous!
You're fighting a literal war against the American people, son. Here's a Purple Heart.
We love you all. Love you. We're proudly restoring safety for Americans at home, and we are also restoring security for Americans abroad. Our country has never been stronger. In my first 10 months, I ended 8 wars, including Cambodia. Isn't it funny? Sick people. Cambodia and Thailand, Pakistan and India. Would have been a nuclear war. 35 million people said the Prime Minister of Pakistan would have died if it were not for my involvement. Kosovo and Serbia, Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia, Armenia and Azerbaijan, the Congo and Rwanda, and of course the war in Gaza, which proceeds at a very low level. It's just about there. And I want to thank Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner for your help. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Jared. And I also want to thank the man they report to, Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Thank you, Marco.
Wait. Don't worry about it, little Marco.
Gentlemen.
People don't like you. You know, Marco got 100% of the votes when he was in confirmation. I think our next one was about 54%. And some of the Democrats are now saying, I can't believe we approved that guy. And he said it's an honor that they feel that way, right, Marco? You have done a great job, great Secretary of State. I think he'll go down as the best ever. Under the ceasefire I negotiated, every single hostage, both living and dead, has been returned home. Can you believe that? Nobody thought it was possible. Nobody thought that was possible. Both living and dead. And those parents who had a dead son, their boy, they'd always tell me their boy, they wanted him as much as though he were living. It was an amazing period of time. And they came back, and when we got all of the living hostages back, and many, many before them, but I always said those last 20 are going to be very tough, but we got many, many more, hundreds. But I said those last 20 are going to be tough. We got them back. But we only got back 14 or 15 of the dead of the 28. And believe it or not, Hamas worked along with Israel, and they dug and they dug and they dug. It's a tough thing to do, going through bodies all over, passing up 100 bodies sometimes for each one that they found. Tough job. And they finally got it back to 27. And then Steve and Jared, they got it back to 28. They found all 28. Nobody thought that was possible, but we did it. And I remember the family of the 28th. They were so grieved, but they were so happy as it's possible to be. They had their boy back. The mother said, "Sir, we have our boy back." What a period of time that was, but we got them all back. So thank you both very much. Great job.
Look at the Democrats standing up. Look at them. I knew they were going to.
The killing and slaughter between Russia and Ukraine, where 25,000 soldiers are dying each and every month. Think of that, 25,000 soldiers are dying a month. A war which would have never happened if I were president. Would have never happened. As president, I will make peace wherever I can, but I will never hesitate to confront threats to America wherever we must. That's why in a breakthrough operation last June, the United States military obliterated Iran's nuclear weapons program with an attack on Iranian soil known as Operation Midnight Hammer. For decades, it had been the policy of the United States never to allow Iran to obtain a nuclear weapon. Many decades. Since they seized control of that proud nation 47 years ago, the regime and its murderous proxies have spread nothing but terrorism and death and hate. They've killed and maimed thousands of American service members and hundreds of thousands and even millions of people with what's called roadside bombs. They were the kings of the roadside bomb. And we took out Soleimani. I did that during my first term. Had a huge impact. He was the father of the roadside bomb. And just over the last couple of months with the protests, they've killed at least, it looks like, 32,000 protesters. 32,000 protesters in their own country. They shot them and hung them. We stopped them from hanging a lot of them with the threat of serious violence. But this is some terrible people. They've already developed missiles that can threaten Europe and our bases overseas, and they're working to build missiles that will soon reach the United States of America. After Midnight Hammer, they were warned to make no future attempts to rebuild their weapons program, and in particular, nuclear weapons. Yet they continue, starting it all over. We wiped it out, and they want to start all over again, and are at this moment again pursuing their sinister ambitions. We are in negotiations with them. They want to make a deal, but we haven't heard those secret words. We will never have a nuclear weapon. My preference. My preference is to solve this problem through diplomacy. But one thing is certain, I will never allow the world's #1 sponsor of terror, which they are by far, to have a nuclear weapon. Can't let that happen. And no nation should ever doubt America's resolve. We have the most powerful military on earth. I rebuilt the military in my first term. We're going to continue to do so. Also, we just approved a $1 trillion budget. We have no choice. We have to be strong because hopefully we will seldom have to use this great power that we built together. It's really called peace through strength, and it's been very, very effective. So thanks to Republicans in Congress, we're investing that record number of dollars, have no choice, in the United States Armed Forces. Also creating a lot of jobs, but we're not even doing it for that reason. Because as I said, we have more jobs, more people working today than ever before in the history of our country. And NATO countries are friends and allies. They are. They're our friends and they're our allies.
You know what I love about this fucking travesty? Is that the Democrats are clapping along with this. They're supposed to be the opposition party, and yet there's like multiple Democrats clapping along. They can't even decide whether or not they oppose this shit or not.
Now they're paying $5 as opposed to not paying $4. And getting that 5% was something which everyone said would never be done, could not happen. We got it really easily with one meeting. And big difference between 2% that's not paid. We were paying the freight of many of them. Very few were paid up. Now 5%, then they're paid. And everything we send over to Ukraine is sent through NATO, and they pay us in full. They pay us totally in full. Every branch of our armed forces is setting records for recruitment. This is so exciting. And every service member recently. And every service member recently received a warrior dividend of $1,776. You know, they put it on my desk. We got the money from tariffs and other things, a lot of money we have. We have much more money than people understand. Have to rebuild that program a little bit, but it won't take long. But we got the money, and it was $1,775, and they wanted my approval. And I said, what's the number? $1,775. I said, wait a minute. For $1 more, we can have $1,776. It's going to... I said, we're going to figure that. I never asked anybody if we could afford it. $1 more. I said, $1,776. And I said, that's good. And I'll tell you what, our military, that was 4 months ago, our military, I never see a person in the military that doesn't thank me for it, so we're honored to do it. They deserve it. And we call it 1776. It was great. And we love our military. We love our law.
Deserve the extra dollar. They truly deserve the extra dollar.
We love our firemen. We're also... We're also restoring American security and dominance in the Western Hemisphere, acting to secure our national interests and defend our country from violence, drugs, terrorism, and foreign interference. For years, large swaths of territory in our region, including large parts of Mexico, really large parts of Mexico, have been controlled by murderous drug cartels. That's why I designated these cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, and I declared illicit fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction.
What you talking about?
And with our new military campaign, we have stopped record amounts of drugs coming into our country and virtually stopped it completely coming in by water or sea. You probably noticed that.
This guy is so fucking demented.
Very seriously.
It's just an onslaught of
Fishing
idiocy.
industry also. Nobody wants to go fishing anymore. We've also taken down one of the most sinister cartel kingpins of all. You saw that yesterday. In January, elite American warriors carried out one of the most complex, spectacular feats of military competence and power in world history. No one's seen anything like it. Foreign leaders, I won't tell you who, called me and they said, very impressive, very impressive. They couldn't believe, they all watched, they saw what happened. This is a different fighting force that we had years ago when we fought to tie. You know, it's a great fighting force. I'm so proud of it. Look at Space Force. Space Force is my baby, because we did that. My baby is becoming so important. And America's armed forces overwhelmed all defenses and utterly defeated an enemy, good fighters, to end the reign of outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro and bring him to face American justice. And this was an absolutely colossal victory for the security of the United States, and it also opens up a bright new beginning for the people of Venezuela. We're working closely with the new president of Venezuela, Delcy Rodriguez, to unleash extraordinary economic gains for both of our countries and to bring new hope to those who have suffered so terribly. They really did suffer. With us tonight is Alejandro Gonzalez. She grew up in a tight-knit Venezuelan family and was especially close to her beloved uncle Enrique. But after Enrique ran for office and opposed Maduro, he was kidnapped by Maduro's security forces and thrown into the regime's really infamous prison in Caracas. Alejandro feared she would never see her uncle again. She feared for her own life also. But since the raid, we have worked with the new leadership, and they have ordered the closure of that vile prison and released hundreds of political prisoners already, with more to come. Alejandro, I'm pleased to inform you that not only is
Wait, so he wants the release of political prisoners while he himself holds political prisoners in detention? It's incredible. At the beginning of this, he gets this army veteran who freed people from a Filipino internment camp. He wants people to applaud him. And then he wants to talk about freeing political dissidents. It's like, dude, you're literally doing all of that shit right now.
Thank you, Enrique. Have a good time. Nice to have you back, Enrique.
Thanks, Enrique.
There were many
Great job.
heroes on that January raid to capture Maduro. Really great heroes. It was very dangerous. They knew we were coming. They were all set. but the deeds of one warrior that
Dangerous
night will
morons.
live forever in the eternal chronicles of military valor. Chief Warrant Officer 5, Eric Slover, planned the mission and was the flight lead in the cockpit of the first helicopter, a big, beautiful, powerful helicopter. It was a massive Chinook carrying, as you can imagine, many, many American warfighters. Wearing the dog tags, his wife Amy had blessed with holy water before he left. She knew it was going to be a run. Eric steered the Chinook under the cover of night and descended swiftly upon Madura's heavily protected military fortress. This was a military Bible. Protected by thousands of soldiers and guarded by Russian and Chinese military technology.
China.
How did that work out? Not too good. While preparing to land, enemy machine guns fired from every angle, and Eric was hit very badly in the leg and hip, one bullet after another. He absorbed 4 agonizing shots, shredding his leg into numerous pieces. And yet, despite the fact that the use of his legs was vital to successful helicopter flight, legs are the most important part of flying a helicopter, to deliver the many commandos who would capture and detain Maduro was the only thing Eric was thinking about. Then, even as he was gushing blood, which was flowing back down the aisle, helicopter lands at a steep angle.
What the fuck is going on?
Right in front of him. They were right in front of him, 2 machine gunners who escaped the...
What is wrong with this guy? What is wrong with this man?
Lives and souls to face the enemy and let his gunners eliminate the threat.
You have a mental health problem.
So the gunners could take care of business, saving the lives of his fellow warriors from what could have been a catastrophic crash deep in enemy territory. Only after safely landing the helicopter with all the warriors aboard in the exact right spot, which was vital to the mission. We probably would have had to maybe cancel the mission if that didn't happen. Eric told his co-pilot, also wounded, but not as gravely, to take over. I'm about ready to pass out. The success of the entire mission and the lives of his fellow warriors hinge on Eric's ability to face searing pain. It was unbelievable what's happened to his legs of the bullets, and keep on flying and landing, and what was happening. Everybody in the back of the helicopter knew because they saw the blood pouring down the aisle. Chief Warrant Officer Slover is still recovering from his serious wounds, but I'm thrilled to say that he is here tonight with his wife Amy, Eric, and Amy, come on in.
I'm putting it on the internet.
He's a sleazebag.
So we have a surprise for Eric and Amy. In recognition of Eric's actions above and beyond the call of duty, I would now like to ask General Jonathan Braga to present Chief Warrant Officer Slover with our nation's highest military award, the Congressional
Everybody gets a
Medal
medal
of Honor.
Medal for everybody. You get a medal, and you get a medal. Everybody gets a medal.
You're about to be value-tamed.
Please clap. Everybody, please clap.
Great to get to know you. I met with them and with a lot of their fellow warriors at Fort Bragg recently. You notice the name Fort Bragg. We have it back. We brought it back. We won the First World War with it, the Second World War with it, and then they decided to change the name. So we changed it back.
That is some really sick stuff.
To change back too. And 10 of Eric's fellow warriors from that incredible night of victory will also be receiving medals at a private ceremony that will soon be held at the White House. And Eric will be there. Thank you. Thank you, Eric. That's a big one. Tonight we've celebrated many truly extraordinary American patriots, but there is one last living legend to honor before we go. He is one more heroic American aviator, Navy fighter pilot. Royce Williams served in World War II, Korea, Vietnam, flying more than 220 missions.
Is this a fucking medal ceremony or a State of the Union?
Dogfight of a lifetime, legendary dogfight. Flying through blizzard conditions, his squadron was ambushed by 7 Soviet fighter planes. It was his first aerial combat of the war, and despite being massively outnumbered and outgunned, Royce led the takedown of 4 enemy jets and almost destroyed the others, vanquishing his adversaries while taking 263 bullets to his own plane and being furiously hurt. The story was secret for over 50 years. I didn't want to tell his wife, but the legend grew. But tonight, at 100 years old, this brave Navy captain is finally getting the recognition he deserves. He was a legend long before this evening. Royce, please stand up, and I will ask the First Lady of the United States.
You gotta be kidding me.
To present Captain Royce Williams with his Congressional Medal of Honor.
This is so stupid. Oh my fucking god. What is the point of this? Why are we doing this? This is the State of the Union. Let's give a bunch of randos no one's ever heard of a bunch of medals. Spend 2 hours doing it. Great. Thanks. Look at these losers over here clapping. Oh my god. I am so sick of these, like, neo-lib military industrial complex Dems. Look at Alyssa Slotkin over here. Look at her. Oh. So sick of it. So sick of it.
Thank you, Royce, and thank you, Eric. I've always wanted the Congressional Medal of Honor, but I was informed I'm not allowed to give it to myself, and I wouldn't know why I'd be taking it, but if they ever open up that law, I will be there with you someday. But you know, that's our highest honor, Congressional Medal of Honor, and that's a big thing, and it's an honor to be in the same room with you. Thank you both very much, Eric. Thank you. Thank you. 250 years is a long time in the life of a nation, but in another sense, it's really a mere moment in the eye of history. Two of the gentlemen we met in the gallery this evening took their first breaths 1 century ago, 100 years before that, on July 4th, 1826, the author of the Declaration of Independence, brilliant, Thomas Jefferson, drew his last breath. Just a single long human lifespan separates the giants who declared and won our independence from the heroes who stand among us tonight. Everything our nation has done, everything we have achieved, has been the work of those few great lifetimes. In those brief chapters, Americans built this nation from 13 humble colonies into the pinnacle of human civilization and human freedom, the strongest, wealthiest, most powerful, most successful nation in all of history. Americans ventured out across the daunting and dangerous continent. We carved paths through an unforgiving wilderness, settled a boundless frontier, and tamed the beautiful but very, very dangerous Wild West. From empty marshes and wide open plains, we raised up the world's greatest cities. Together we mastered the world's mightiest industries and shattered history's monstrous tyrannies. And we liberated millions from the chains of fascism, communism, oppression, and terror. Americans lifted humanity into the skies on the wings of aluminum and steel. And then we launched mankind into the stars on rockets powered by sheer American will and unyielding American pride. We wired the globe with our ingenuity. We captivated the planet with American culture. And now we are pioneering the next great American breakthroughs that will change the entire world. All of this and so much more is the enduring legacy, unmatched glory of the hardworking patriots who built and defended this country and who still carry the hopes and freedoms on all of humanity's backs. For years they were forgotten, betrayed, and cast aside, but that great betrayal is over and they will never be forgotten again, because when the world needs courage, daring, vision, and inspiration, it is still turned to America. And when God needs a nation to work his miracles, he knows exactly who to ask. There is no challenge Americans cannot overcome, no frontier too vast for us to conquer, no dream too bold for us to chase, no horizon too distant for us to claim. For our destiny is written by the hand of providence, and these first 250 years were just the beginning. From the rugged border towns of Texas to the heartland villages
You're
of
hurting the
Michigan,
kids. You're hurting the kids.
Of Florida to the endless fields
You little
of
bastard.
Dakotas, and from the historic streets of Philadelphia to right here in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C., the golden age of America is upon us. The revolution that began in 1776 has not ended. It still continues because the flame of liberty and independence still burns in the heart of every American patriot. And our future will be bigger, better, brighter, bolder, and more glorious than ever before. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
These people are perverts.
The beginning of the rise of the Antichrist.
Cyclone Cheeto.
Well, yeah, that's it from Cyclone Cheeto tonight. Fucking despicable waste of 2 fucking hours. There was Donald Trump congratulating himself on things that he didn't do or really even have a concept of. And then trotting out a bunch of human props, children, women, soldiers. And that was about it. That was about it. He gave out like 5 or 6 awards. Wasted 2 hours of the nation's and really the world's time. Lying probably somewhere between, I don't know, 75 and 150 times. I lost track. But it was a disturbing display. Okay. I'm gonna go. Let's see. Who do we go to? Who do we go to first?
Yes. But I think all of that masks the fact that this is the most openly racist State of the Union I have seen in my entire life. And I'm sure many people who are watching, who are perhaps older than I am, have seen within at least decades of American life. I don't want to get too melodramatic about how repulsive it was, but that midsection, the core of the speech, maybe the part that Donald Trump got giddiest about, where he turned it into basically a reality TV-ified Klan rally, was atrocious. It was an abomination, and millions upon millions upon millions of Americans are subject to this televised abomination that we just witnessed. And I'll search for more.
Let me just, before I go to President, let me read out the line. He says that he's going to, and he said, I'm officially announcing the war on fraud to be led by our great Vice President, J.D. Vance. He'll get it done, and if we're able to find enough of that fraud, we will actually have a balanced budget overnight. Ridiculous thing to say, by the way. That's the kind of money you're talking about. No, we're not. We'll balance our budget. No, we won't. Somali pirates, he says, who ransacked Minnesota, remind us that there are large parts of the world where bribery, corruption, and lawlessness are the norm. Yeah, it's called the Oval Office, not the exception. Importing these cultures through unrestricted immigration and open borders brings those problems right here to the USA. So much racism and nonsense in that statement. Prem.
I first totally agree with both of your points that, like, we cannot understate how viciously racist and disgusting the speech was. It also feels so much like the dying whispers of whatever's left of this party, insofar as, like, I think of last year that, I think it was New York Mag or whichever magazine cover that suggested, the Republicans are the cool kids club now. And that lasted a very short amount of time, I think largely just because of the manifestations and fruition of what this party was going to do anyways. But there is no needle moving out of this. Like, nothing from this speech will put any water on all the fires this administration is currently facing. There's nothing affirmative or interesting or exciting or even just challenging about what they're presenting. And I think what makes this more almost just simply sad in a way was how robotic the Republican side of the chamber was in their applause. Like, of course, that's not a surprise. This party is completely subservient to Trump. It has been ever since he
The chair
had his
declares
rise in
the joint
2016.
session of the two houses now dissolved.
I think.
Honestly, the display from the Republicans here in the House, to me, was reminiscent of one thing. I don't know if anybody can think of what I'm thinking of right now. I can only think of one thing. And you know what? Here, I won't say it. I'll show it. This. Go faster. Go faster, computer. This is what it looked like. It looks like a bunch of like North Koreans like clapping for the dictator. Oh, Kim Jong-un, yay! Great job!
Key point that he didn't do anything to put out any fires. This is
Nothing.
classic Trump.
Nothing.
He has no interest in engaging with critics. He has no interest in persuading people who are persuadable. He has no interest, of course, in uniting the country. What a ridiculous thing to even say anywhere in the vicinity of Donald Trump. And therefore, his numbers continue to crash. And they're behaving like a party that doesn't need to worry about poll ratings because they know maybe that there's not going to be another free and fair.
That's exactly it. I will just say it's interesting that the most zealous thing that they have been committed to amid all the crises they're facing is strictly and only the Save America Act. Because that is their last branch to have any sense of saving face. Because they know there's nothing about them that excites people or interests people. Like, it's all just either blatantly terrible or just off-putting. And everything about them is off-putting.
I know we do a lot of mainstream
For what purpose
media
does the gentleman
critique
from
or
Louisiana
bashing
seek
her detail, as we
Mr.
should.
Speaker, I move that the message of the President be referred to the
hold on,
Committee of the
Swin.
Whole.
Let's get
on the
rid of
State
Steve
of the
Scalise
Union
off the
and
screen.
be
No one
ordered
needs to see
printed.
this. If
Without
we
objection.
still want to stick around for...
Okay, I'm gonna go to the Working Party response to the State of the Union. Summer Lee is expected to speak. Or has she spoken already? Oh, I don't think it started yet. Damn. Okay, then I guess we'll go here.
We're going to do this, we're going to do it. It's not a function of having the people behind us. My guess, if I had to guess at this point, Trump is going to drop a couple of bombs and then just sort of walk away. Spanberger is happening soon. I'm interested in what we'll probably talk on the show about Summer Lee's. Oh, thank you, Chad. Summer Lee's speech, which is going to be the progressive response. I am curious as to the Democratic one. We promote it. In some ways, I just take it for granted that Trump's speech is not for us. It's for an increasingly narrow group of people. I honestly don't know who he was attempting to appeal to. The real question is like, what are the Democrats signaling by their response? I think just based upon what I'm anticipating from Spanberger, it's going to be essentially more of the same. As we said on the show today, she's doing this from, here she is.
Governing themselves.
Before there was a declaration.
She's in Colonial Williamsburg.
Constitution or a Bill of Rights, there were people in this.
Wow, the production value in Sam's living room is not as good as it is on the show, I gotta say.
Unlike anything the world had ever seen could be. The United States was founded on the idea that ordinary people could reject the unacceptable
They didn't do
excesses
this in
of poor
Colonial
leadership,
Williamsburg.
band together to demand better of their government, and create a nation that would be an example for the world. And this year, as we celebrate 250 years since America declared our independence from tyranny, I can think of no better place to speak to you as we reflect on the current state of our union. Tonight, as we watched our nation's lawmakers gather for a joint session of Congress, we did not hear the truth from our president. So let's speak plainly and honestly. And let me ask you, the American people watching at home, 3 questions. Is the president working to make life more affordable for you and your family? Is the president working to keep Americans safe both at home and abroad? Is the president working for you? As I campaigned for governor last year,
So those are the
I
3
traveled
questions.
every corner of Virginia, and I heard the same pressing concern everywhere. Costs are too high in housing, health,
Affordability.
and childcare. And I know these same conversations are being had all across this country. Because since this president took office last year, his reckless trade policies have forced American families to pay more than $1,700 each.
Hitting the
in tariff
tariffs.
costs. Small businesses have suffered, farmers have suffered, some losing entire markets. Everyday Americans are paying the price. And even though the Supreme Court struck these tariffs down 4 days ago, the damage to us, the American people, has already been done. Meanwhile, the president is planning for new tariffs, another massive tax hike on you and your family. And Republicans in Congress, they remain unwilling to assert their constitutional authority to stop him. They're making your life harder. They're making
Let's see if
your
she
life more
also
expensive. They're even making it
puts
more
that tax
difficult
hike
to see a
on
doctor.
average Americans
Rural health clinics in
in
Virginia and across the country are already closing their doors
in
thanks
opposition
to the so-called
to the
One
big
Beautiful
tax
Bill,
giveaways
championed
in the
by
big
the
beautiful
president and
bill
Republicans
to
in
Donald
Congress.
Trump. I mean,
And
to
tonight, the president
billionaires.
celebrated this law, the one threatening rural hospitals, stripping healthcare from millions of Americans and driving up costs in energy and housing, all while cutting food programs for hungry kids. But here in Virginia, I am working with our state legislature to lower costs and make the Commonwealth more affordable. And it's not just me. Democrats across the country are laser focused on affordability in our nation's capital, in state capitals, and communities across America. In the most innovative and exceptional nation in the history of the world, Americans deserve to know that their leaders are
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
Problems that dictate where you live, whether you can afford to start a business or whether you have to skip a prescription in order to buy groceries. So I'll ask again, is the president working to make life more affordable for you and your family? We all know the answer is no. I grew up in a house of service. My mother was a nurse and my father was a career law enforcement officer. I began my career by following in my father's footsteps as a federal agent.
I think she's doing
money laundering and narcotics. I work side by side with local and state police to keep our community safe and to uphold and enforce
perfectly
the law.
competent job, but
Law enforcement officers
not
across
clear
the
who this
country
is for.
know that it is a unique responsibility to do the serious work.
Yeah, I'm certainly not wowed by any of this. What I see this as, everything I'm hearing from Spanberg over here is just a nod to affordability, which is basically what Democrats, I think, are going to try and do. In the wake of Zora Mamdani, they know they have to at least pretend to care about it, and that's all this is. She's not going to say abolish ICE. She's not going to, she's not going to go for anything.
And they have done it without a warrant. They have ripped nursing mothers away from their babies. They have sent children, a little boy in a blue bunny hat, children to far off detention centers. And they have killed American citizens in our streets. And they have done it all with their faces masked.
New Sam angle unlocked. I can do that angle too. I can do that angle too. Watch. I can do it.
Investigating murders, crimes against children, or the criminals
Ready for
defrauding
this?
seniors of their life savings. Our president told us tonight that we are safer.
I can be cool like Sam.
Because these agents
You don't think I can be like Sam?
children?
Watch.
Got close to the problem with ICE. Got close. But it was really just ultimately a resource management argument.
And I can be just like Sam.
And yes, they did have a former CIA agent
I can
do
even wear the
this
same
same
glasses.
speech last
Look,
year.
see,
It's like a tradition
I'm
now
Sam.
for the Democrats.
Now I'm Sam.
Ex-CIA agents.
See?
And our allies from global threats, terrorism, nuclear weapons, and the aggression of adversarial nations around the globe. But as the president spoke of his perceived successes tonight, he continues to cede
Let me see if I can
economic power
find
and technological strength to Russia,
Summerlee.
bow down to China, bow down to a Russian dictator, and make
China.
plans for war with Iran. Here's the truth. Over the last year, through Doge, mass firings, and the appointment of deeply unserious people to our nation's most serious positions, our president has endangered the long and storied history of the United States of America being a force for good. So I'll ask again, is the president working to keep Americans safe, both at home and abroad? We all know the answer is no. In his speech tonight, the president did what he always does. He lied, he scapegoated, and he distracted. And he offered no real solutions to our nation's pressing challenges.
I can't find the Summerlee one.
He is actively making worse. He tries to divide us. He tries to enrage us, to pit us against one another, neighbor against neighbor. And sometimes he succeeds. And so you have to ask, who benefits from his rhetoric, his policies, his actions, the short list of laws he's pushed through this Republican Congress? Somebody must be benefiting. He's enriching himself, his family, his friends.
By the way, everybody, we got like a half an hour to complete the State of the Galaxy goal.
Cozying up to
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Face on buildings all over our nation's capital. This is not what our founders envisioned.
Nothing about billionaires or millionaires.
So I'll ask again.
Follow the rich way,
Is
man.
the president working for you? We all know the answer is no. But here's the special thing about America. On our 250th anniversary, we know better than any nation what is possible when ordinary citizens, like those who once dreamed right here in this room, reject the unacceptable and demand more.
I'm unclear what
of their
room she's
government.
in.
We see it in the determination of students organizing school walkouts all across the country, whose voices are becoming so powerful.
Schmegley, that's a really good question. Why is Sam's monitor so orange? It is like, it is orange, or it is more orange than Leica's
Protesting in
helmet.
sub-zero temperatures.
Look at that
to
thing.
carpooling children to school so that their immigrant parents are not ripped away from them in the parking lot. As a mother
Whoopsies,
of
I just
3
hit
school-aged
standby
daughters,
over here.
I am inspired by their bravery, but I am sickened that it is necessary. And Americans across the country are taking action. They are going to the ballot box to reject this chaos. With their votes, they are writing a new story, a
Not
more
just chaos,
hopeful story. In November, I won my election by 15 points. And we won 13 new seats in our state legislature. because voters decided they wanted something different. Our campaign earned votes from Democrats, Republicans, independents, and everyone in between, because they knew as citizens they could demand more, that they could vote for what they believe matters, and that they didn't need to be constrained by a party or political affiliation. This is happening across the country. New Jersey elected Mikey Sherrill as governor in a double-digit victory.
Saucy Sea Witch with a sweet, sweet super chat.
Talk about Mondani.
Democrats flipped state legislative seats in places like Georgia,
Thank you, Saucy.
Iowa, Mississippi, and Texas. The list goes on and on. Ordinary Americans are stepping up to run in the spirit of our forefathers. They are running to demand more and to do more for their neighbors and communities. I know the story well. I first ran for office in 2018 alongside dozens of other Democrats who did the seemingly impossible.
Not as horrible as I anticipated, I gotta be honest.
First Democrat elected in 50 years, swinging our district 17 points. Those who are stepping up now to run will win in November because Americans, you at home, know you can demand more, and that we are working to lower costs. We are working to keep our communities and our country safe, and we are working for you. In his farewell address, George Washington warned us about the possibility of, quote, cunning, ambitious, and unprincipled men rising to power. But he also encouraged us, all Americans,
Omega Star
to
gifted
unite
5 subscriptions
and
to the
move
community.
this nation forward. That is our charge once more, and that
Omega Star with an incredibly generous donation over on Twitch. 5 gifted subs. To the Noisy Immigrant. Ooh, a streamer just got a sub. Paige Larson. Can't read that. Jersey Texan and Clover Doctor. Much appreciated. Great, you're an American hero.
May God bless the Commonwealth of Virginia.
Medal for a
and may God
megastar.
bless the United States of America.
The American Medal of Freedom.
Oh, okay. I think we're going to have the
Galactic Medal of
working
Freedom.
families speech. Oh, she's doing it right now. Okay.
And they shouldn't be able to escape accountability. That's
All right, I'm going back here to. I love Sam, but we're the monitor is so bad. It's orange as fuck. You can't see or hear anything that's going on. So I'm just gonna go here because I've got the stream right here. It's like queued up and ready to go. Hold on, I think I gotta backtrack slightly. Close the chat. I think I just saw really cool in the Working Family Parties chat. I'm almost positive. There's a majority report mod in the Working Family Parties chat.
state of our union. This is not an accident. Trump is failing all of us, but he is not failing everybody. Trump promised to lower our costs. Instead, he gave $1 trillion in tax breaks to the 1% while cutting your Medicaid and SNAP by $1.1 trillion. In the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania alone, 300,000 people are going to lose Medicaid within the next year. He promised us public safety, but we have an FBI director who's focused on flying on private jets to concerts and hockey games using our tax dollars. Trump promised accountability and transparency, but his DOJ is violating our subpoena, protecting pedophiles and burying documents that name him in the Epstein files. He said he'd make government
still
more
talking about
efficient,
Jeffrey
but now
Epstein?
seniors can't get anybody on the phone to explain why their Social Security payments stopped. While Americans' bank accounts are being drained, Trump and his family have gained billions of dollars from foreign payments and corrupt oligarchs. And while our hearts break for children trapped in ICE detention, Palantir gets to walk away with a $1 billion contract. This is corporate greed and profiteering, and it's a moral failure. We live in the wealthiest country in the world, yet corporate profits grow and wages don't. The stock market may be helping CEOs, but it does nothing for working people's pocketbooks. The portfolios of AI moguls that see no place for you and me in their future might be growing, but not as fast as the unemployment rate for Black women that's up 20%.
The Dow right now.
The concentration of wealth has created two separate Americas, one for working person and one for the wealthy. And for years, powerful men like Donald Trump and Elon Musk have used the politics of fear and division, telling us that we should blame our neighbors for our struggles. They need you to believe the problem is the immigrant or the trans kid or someone who looks differently or worships differently than you. They want you to look anywhere but at them. So whether you live in a city where the rent is too damn high or in a small town where the factory closed down, or whether you come from a community hit by gun violence, opioids, floods, or fires, working families are facing this same reality. Wages that don't keep up with costs, and a system built for corporate CEOs, and a government that is just not doing enough. This rigged system keeps squeezing the people who have it hardest. The communities with the least power, the workers with the least protection, and the families already living on the edge. But we don't have to accept that. The rich, connected, and well-protected may want us to believe this has to remain the status quo, but we can work to make things right. We've seen working people come together from the civil rights movement to the creation of labor unions to change this country for the better, despite powerful opposition. So right now, we need bold policy proposals that meet this moment. We can build an America that works for the many and not just the money. An America where you can actually afford a home, where healthcare is guaranteed, with affordable childcare and education, with paid family and medical leave, and jobs with a union standard. We can create a just and humane immigration system. And let's be clear, you can't reform oppression or hatred. You must abolish it. We can have environmental policies that put the health of our people and our planet over the profits of oil and gas executives. We can fund education instead of endless war and genocide in Palestine or Sudan or anywhere else in this world. That vision is not radical. It is the bare minimum required for a healthy democracy and for people to pursue happiness and live with dignity. Imagine what it would mean if healthcare wasn't tied to your job, and where you can see a doctor without checking your bank account first, or no parent ever rationing insulin, no family starting a GoFundMe to survive cancer. Medicare for All doesn't just save money. It saves lives. It keeps families out of bankruptcy. Imagine a national jobs program that guarantees dignified union work, rebuilding roads and bridges, caring for seniors and children, installing clean energy, building affordable housing. No more telling young people there's nothing here for you, or no more small towns hollowed out and just forgotten. A good job does more than pay the bills. It builds pride and community. Imagine childcare that doesn't swallow half your paycheck, and paid leave that allows you to heal, to bond with your newborn, or to care for a parent without risking your livelihood. When people have the basic secured, stress goes down, small businesses grow, families stay together, and democracy actually works because people aren't trapped in survival mode. When the foundation is strong, people can breathe again. We, the people, need this. We need a healthy democracy and systems that work for us. We can have this now. Don't let anybody tell you we can't afford it. We somehow find endless money for ICE, for private prisons to warehouse Black and brown people, and for bombs to be sent abroad. But we're told healthcare and childcare are too expensive. And when we begin questioning those priorities, the powerful try to divide us once more. But that old playbook is losing its grip. When Trump returned to the White House for a second time, too many institutions surrendered. But ordinary people stood up. When federal immigration agents invaded Los Angeles and Minneapolis, when they killed Keith Porter and Renee Good and Alex Preety, people didn't stand by. They stood together, protesting, documenting abuses, building mutual aid networks, demanding that ICE gets out of their communities and that Congress not give them another penny. I believe the American people deserves leaders who are as brave as they are, who will wake up every morning ready to fight like hell. This year, we can flip Congress against Trump and against this rigged status quo, but we can't do it by electing more of the same. The Democratic Party is at a crossroads. On one side are millions of working people demanding bold action, lower costs, higher wages, Medicare for all. On the other side are corporate donors and consultants who are terrified of upsetting the very interests that rigged this economy in the first place. That tension shows up in watered-down bills and speeches that sound bold but govern small. You can't promise relief while protecting corporations driving up the prices. You can't stand with labor while taking checks from the union-busting CEOs. And you cannot defeat MAGA while keeping billionaires comfortable. In other words, you can't serve two masters. That's why the Working Families Party exists, to help us bring bolder people into government who better reflect the vision of working people. Look at Congresswoman Delia Ramirez, a daughter of Guatemalan immigrants in Chicago who expanded Medicaid, built affordable housing, and protected people from eviction as a state legislator before bringing that same fight to Congress. Or Congresswoman Latifah Simon, who works for more than 30 years helping survivors of violence and trafficking. Now she's here in Congress to push for affordable housing and transit that connects people and that helps them get to work, and for an economy that doesn't treat Black and brown communities as disposable. Look at New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani, who took on Andrew Cuomo and his corporate backers and won. He led a movement of renters, young people, and working families who had been told their voices did not matter. He proved that when you show up, when you speak clearly about how to meet people's basic needs, the people respond. And now, look at New Jersey's newest Democratic nominee, Anna Lilia Mejia. She started her race at 5%. She was outspent 10-1, and she still won because she outworked party bosses and billionaires. And as a former director of the New Jersey Working Families Party, she had a record of delivering, raising the minimum wage, guaranteeing paid sick days, and defending voting rights. And there is more of this to come. Our democracy does not work when big money owns politicians. Americans are sick of a corrupt elite few causing all this harm. And that's why I introduced a bill to abolish the super PACs they use to control our country. The obscenely rich shouldn't be able to call the shots in our democracy, and they shouldn't be able to escape accountability. That's also why I moved to subpoena the DOJ to release the full, unredacted Epstein files back in July. I know what it feels like to be targeted by billionaires, to face attack ads and smear campaigns meant to silence you. It was demoralizing and exhausting. It was also a waste of their money because our movement won, and we have to keep winning. Because when we have progressives in Congress, we get legislation that meets the moment. We get people who fight for accountability and justice. We get opportunities to do the right thing. So if you're sick of the corruption and the cruelty in this administration, if you're frustrated by Democrats who speak boldly but deliver cautiously, or sometimes even vote with MAGA, then believe that change can and will happen if we build political power together. That's what we're doing at the Working Families Party. Join us. Let me end with this. Trump is trying to steal everything that isn't nailed down for himself and his obscenely wealthy friends. But this level of thievery requires consent. It requires silence, exhaustion, resignation, but we do not have to consent. Our organized labor and our organized money are far more powerful than they want us to believe. So join us. We can reject authoritarianism. We can reject corporate power. We can get money out of politics. We can choose a different path, one where we have each other's backs, because working people are the majority. And when we come together and fight, we win. Thank you, and good night.
The communist The communists.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Nobody's on yet. I'll wait for a couple of people.
Oh, I was muted that whole time. That's lame. That's lame. I'm sorry. Okay, that was Summer Lee speaking. Yeah, in response to Donald Trump's unhinged State of the Union over the Working Families Party.
The communists.
No, you're not deaf. I was muted. I know. It's true. By the way, we technically we did it. Confetti party. I know it only says 2 of 10, but we did it. Everybody. Your beautiful donations, each and every one of you on YouTube and on Twitch. Help bring us this beautiful confetti party. Enjoy it. Take it all in. It's epic. It's fantastic. Alright, now we've been going 4.5 hours. And we just covered this whole thing. I didn't prepare a show, so I don't know what I'm about to do. Because we've completed a goal. And because of that, I feel like you're all owed something. So I'm going to try and rustle up some content grub for you space fams. Something for us to do to continue this stream. Seeing as everybody else is shutting down, Zateo down, Situation Room down, Cedar down. The only operation in this goddamn galaxy is still alive. Your ears were not pleased with the communist? Was it too loud? Or is it just because it's Donald Trump?
It's weird.
Breaking Points is still up. Oh, fascinating. Breaking Points is still up. Yeah, let's tune into Breaking Points. See what they've been talking about. Thank you for that. That'll be part of our extra content here. What do we got? Who's live? Breaking Points and BBC. Yes. Okay. Why? Why do you hate me?
Guy. I love that you ad-lib that in. That's so sweet.
I say that about Ryan all the time. He's a nice guy. I talk to him all the time.
Talk to him all the time. He's a good guy. I guess, I mean, it's all accurate.
On a more serious note with regard to all the election and the voter stuff, I mean, he did make this point of like, the Democrats could never win if they don't cheat. And, as we're watching heading into the midterms and all the shenanigans they're already pulling and the seizing of the, voter rolls and variety of states and a lot of red states going along with whatever they're doing, purging people who belong on the rolls, the seizing the Fulton County voting machines, the ballots from 2020, whatever Tulsi Gabbard's up to, potential Maduro deal. There is a lot to be concerned about with regard to whether the midterm elections are going to be free and fair. What sort of, we know there are going to be shenanigans.
He
what
joked about
sort
a
of
third term
shenanigans
in the
they're going to
speech.
pull. What's that?
He joked about a third term in the speech.
He
said,
did,
"It
yeah,
should be
he
my
did.
third,
This should have been
but
my third term.
Strange things happen.
Yeah, so I know that a bunch of Democratic AGs are sort of like wargaming, what the possible scenarios are. And I think we were talking before, he is aware that his political positioning is quite bad at this point. He's aware of the historical trends. He's talked about that too, of the party in power. He's aware that people aren't buying what he's selling. He's a bit confused by that, but he, clearly has some awareness that it's not looking good. And certainly he knows that if Democrats take back even one chamber, then any agenda that you had potentially going through Congress, not that much has gotten past your Congress anyway, grinds to a halt. You've got all these investigations. It's going to be, a lot less fun. So.
I think they don't even care about agenda. I think all they care about is not having to literally live on Capitol Hill for investigations, which is a huge, it's going to be a nightmare.
But if Dems retake the Senate, and that's not out of the realm of possibility, you have a literal impeachment on the table.
Oh, it's
not just House
crazy.
impeachment. You
no, wait. How many votes do you need?
You need 67, though.
I was going to say you need 2/3 in the Senate.
Yeah,
you need
that's
67.
true.
Yeah.
That's
You would get
true.
a trial.
You would have the trial.
You'd get the trial.
The trial of the century.
By the way, on this, nobody's talked about this, but on this voting bill that he wants to do, like the main thing it would do is make it more difficult to register to vote if you're a woman who has changed her name at some point. But the problem is that...
Sorry, I actually haven't looked into this. How?
Yeah.
Why? Because of passport
Birth
documents?
certificates.
It's because you have to get your birth certificate and your passport.
If you are one of the people who doesn't have a real ID or a driver's license,
wait, who doesn't have real ID?
There are a couple of states that don't mandate real ID.
Or they
Virginia is one of them. You don't have to have real ID.
Of the people that this would affect, the ones that would affect the most are women who change their name to get married.
Okay.
80% of Democrats change their name when they get married. 90% of Republicans change their name when they get married. Married women went for Trump over Harris. He won this group. And the ones that are more likely to have changed their names are more likely to be Republican.
Oh, the SAVE Act was drafted before even the 2020 election.
Yes, I think this is like 30-year-old legislation that they just took off the shelf and didn't update. Democrats could let it through, and it would hurt Republicans more, is my point.
Well, I've always talked about that with mail-in ballots. Remember back in 2020, Trump literally would have won the state of Georgia if just the number of people who voted by mail had actually voted, because it was a significant number of, whatever, it's not even worth getting into.
Well, we don't have to go down that rabbit hole.
Well, it sort of reminds me of the redistricting thing, where Texas, now that the Latino support for the Republicans has fallen through the floor,
they're like,
they drew their lines based on, something approximating Trump's Latino support in the state of Texas, could end up really screwing themselves with the redistricting. Not to mention that Democrats, came in hot and were like, okay, bet, we're going to do this in California.
That's hot.
Virginia, that's another thing, Spanberger's going within the legislature
20
there.
seats.
And I think that California's map got held up by SCOTUS recently, I believe.
Or
it was,
I
think their affirmation was held. No, not held up. I mean, it was affirmed by SCOTUS.
Yeah.
So they were like, yes, you're
right,
allowed to go through. Any final thoughts? What do you guys think?
I mean, it didn't. I agree with everyone that
this changed everything.
It didn't. Yeah, this was the
Things
transformation. This
will never
is
be the
transformed.
After watching Biden's brain melt in this very desk, I'm not sure it'll ever. Nothing's ever going to come
That
back
was
to
legendary.
You don't have real ID, neither do I. I just have a regular driver's license. Like a normal human being. Or at least what I thought was a normal, at least that's what I think is fairly normal. But you have to go spend more money to go get one of those things. Why do I need that? If I need that, if the government says I need that to vote, I should get it for free.
Eating
my opinion.
the takeout food and Whoa!
Thank God we had the ceiling camera.
Yeah, the ceiling
to
camera.
catch that.
Yeah, there was that
moment.
fame of you and me being like covering our faces
In shock.
like this. I was like, oh, I mean, we knew it was bad, but we didn't know it was that bad.
Medicaid?
You knew the you knew the cover up that you'd been engaging in had finally been exposed.
That's right.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
we
that's-
won't be able to
true.
tell people that he is. What were some of the things
It's
people would
over.
say? Like, this is the best Biden's ever been. Isn't that what
Yes.
Scarborough said?
Oh yeah, the best Biden
He
ever.
outworks us all
Yeah.
from 10 to 2.
That was
From 10 to 2.
There's a brief window from 1 p.m. to 1:15 p.m. where
He
this
outworks us
man
all.
is unstoppable.
My takeaway is
Doesn't
honestly
even
that
stop talking, in fact.
the State of the Union is now a fucking clip show. Like it's
Yeah.
a clip show.
No, you're totally
That's
right.
where we are
Absolutely
now.
true.
And I mean, whatever.
yeah, I'm with you. Like
That's what everything is
Pretty
now.
good
It's all a
conclusion.
clip
Yeah.
show.
we'll go back tomorrow. You know, the news. Maybe tomorrow
it's
there'll
fine.
be something. Like,
Yeah.
oh,
We won't-
follow up
they're
on
fine
the
with
State
it.
of the Union.
Yeah.
But yeah. After that,
You know
like,
what? I fucking disagree with these two fucking idiots right here. Sagar and Tiffany, whatever her name is. I always forget it. Emily. Like, no, it's not okay, actually. And it's a fucking joke. Our government shouldn't be a circus. And these two idiots shouldn't be shrugging over here. It's like it's a clip show. Whatever, I guess. I have no
by Thursday,
opinion.
I'm predicting there's not even be a single mention.
I will say one thing I saw someone made a comment of on Twitter is, one of the special guests there was Erica Kirk, wife of Charlie Kirk, widow of Charlie Kirk. And there is a disgusting irony to having her there at a speech where he's, very likely going to war with Iran at a time when, Charlie was one of those people who came in the White House and got barked at because he was opposed to the previous war. To now have her at that speech when, we're all basically expecting that this is coming any day is
Really good point, honestly.
Yeah,
He would have
something.
been, I mean, look, you could say a lot about the guy, but on this topic, he actually was, I mean, look, he at times would go silent when the administration would ask him to, but his actual opinions on the matter, especially on Iran, were pretty rock solid, especially Lindsey Graham going after Ayatollah, saying there should be no regime change. I have really noticed it, actually. I feel like the anti-war movement has evaporated.
Yeah.
There's nothing
Hey,
left.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, and look, I'm not here to give Charlie Kirk the greatest credit in the world, but it is noteworthy. I think two things happened. I mean, number one, he was killed, and number two, there is this sense that the 12-day war was fine, you guys were wrong, and I think that's cowed a lot of people into silence. So you just
1000%.
don't see the same level of friction on the right that you did in the build up to the 12-day war and then the Democrats.
So some of it has to be disbelief. Like, are we really doing this again?
Yeah.
Let's
I
do
think with
this.
the public, I do think that there's that sense of that.
Oh, I keep saying that. People are not paying attention.
People
Even
don't
with this
realize what
speech.
this
Like, we
could
just
be.
did the war. We're doing another war?
Dude, Ryan, they barely paid attention to that one. Think about how much stuff has happened in the interim. No Americans died. That's their favorite
Right.
talking point, by the way. Nobody died in the bombing. Why were you so upset about it? And I was like, because I knew that this shit wouldn't end. I knew that we were going to be back here at the trial. But think about how deeply you have to pay attention. All this negotiation and, they're meeting again? What? Okay, whatever. A carrier strike group, when's it getting there? People have a lot going on in their lives. So until the bombs really start flying, I don't think if you took a poll, I don't think 90% of people.
Well, in this case, we must have tens of thousands of people over there by now.
Yeah, we do.
Like on all the different ships.
We have tens of
and
thousands of
everything.
people there normally, but now we have
But now
extra
we
tens
have,
of
like,
thousands.
on top of that.
This is the problem. I mean, there's no case being made. There's no hearing. The opposition party is saying that he needs to make a case. There's no organized effort. There's that story out this morning. This afternoon, what was it? They're trying to kill the Ro Khanna Thomas Massey War Powers Resolution vote because they don't want anybody to go on the record. We're being sleptwalk into the entire thing. It's very, very World War I-esque.
Could blow up in Venezuela still, too.
Of course it could. What? I mean, could we all trust the great stewardship of Marco Rubio down in Venezuela and his ability to broker oil deals? I mean, any of these things can collapse. Look at Mexico. They killed the cartel guy and the city went on fire. It could have been 10 times worse. Americans, tourists could have been killed. We could have been a full-blown conflagration. You have no idea when something is going to pop off. Any last thoughts, Ryan?
No, that's all I got.
All right. Thank you guys so much for watching. 11:47 p.m. Brutal, man.
And you haven't been up this late in a long time.
It's been probably election night, honestly. I can't even think of the last time I was awake at this ungodly hour.
I don't think I ever go to bed before this.
Sun will be up early.
Really? That's crazy.
You are insane. That's crazy.
That's my bedtime.
That's crazy behavior. Anyway, Ryan, as a parent, dude, I don't know how you're pulling the schedule.
I don't know.
He's not.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Your wife is a saint. I
And
guess
he's
we'll
a
leave it at
mogul
that.
now.
Yeah, that's true.
He's a media mogul.
That's right. There you go.
True.
All right, thank you guys so much for watching. We appreciate you all very, very much. We'll have some clips up tomorrow, full show on Thursday. We'll see you all then.
Okay, I'm back. I'm going to skip ahead to some more clips. I've added some bonus content in here. Who's next on here? All right. First clip, CNN. Oh, wait, I forgot. This is Fox. I forgot about this one. This is Fox News. This shows, I think this shows Al Green being escorted out of the Congress here. You can see him over. You can see if you look right here, you can see it.
And we will never go back to where we were just a very short time ago. We're not going back. Today, our border is...
That was just now. That was just now.
The President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, giving the longest State of the Union address on record, clocking in at something like 1 hour, 48 minutes, beating his own previous record set last year at what was not officially a State of the Union, was a joint address to Congress, giving a rousing description of the United States of America that he sees when he looks out the window, even if it isn't the one that most Americans, according to polls, see in terms of the economic prosperity, in addition to some very sharp, very partisan, even nasty attacks on Democrats, and some populist economic proposals. The president taking time to make healthy use of stories both sad and illustrative and inspiring, stories of fellow Americans. We saw not one but two Congressional Medals of Honor awarded, one to a 100-year-old Navy fighter pilot from World War II, Korea, and Vietnam. The other one to Chief Warrant Officer Eric Slover, injured during the Maduro raid just last month. I do not doubt that his supporters will absolutely love his speech and his critics will find much to hate about it, but there were definitely moments that I think any American would appreciate. Dan.
Fuck you, Jake. I didn't appreciate a single moment of that. And I'm an American, so... Wrong. Incorrect.
What? Shut up. Wrong.
Yeah, and what Americans wanted to hear more than anything else.
Oh, and Dana agrees. Dana agrees. There were some great American moments during that speech. Says
About the
Dana
economy.
Fash.
And the president certainly did what we hear a lot on a daily basis about how he thinks it's the greatest economy in the world, and all of the sort of hyperbole that is classic vintage Trump. But he did put in some specifics, as you said, populist economic proposals in there that will please the Republicans who are sitting in that chamber right now, who are all up.
These people are fucking morons.
Dangerous morons.
See, these CNN people are trash. We're not watching the rest of this. I can't. These people are garbage. Oh, this is actually really good. It's a really good speech. It brings America together. Why? Because he said that he wants to do regime change in Iran? And that got Dana and Jake all horny over there? Jesus fucking Christ. Screw that shit.
All right, y'all, we just finished
I'm
the State of the
sorry.
Union, and you're getting my real-time reaction here. It was an absolute mess. I fucking hated it. I hated every second of it. First of all, it was an hour and 48 minutes, which is quite literally the longest one he's ever done. Okay? So that's problem number one. Problem number two is he morphed into low-energy Jeb. By the middle and the end, he was like fumbling and bumbling and stumbling, and his eyes were like 90% closed, and he was tripping over his words. And I'll get to some specifics on this in a little bit. But clearly, he is not doing well, okay? He had no business giving an hour and 48-minute speech. The other thing that was really annoying is he kept doing this thing where he'd look at the Democrats. Sometimes he stopped the speech, and he looked at Democrats, and he went, "Look at them. They're not even clapping. They're not even standing. They're not even clapping. Can you believe that? These people." One time he paused and goes, "These people are crazy. They're crazy." Sure, they're crazy. Yeah. So he did that like 4 or 5 times. I'm not kidding. It got to the point where I'm watching it go, Jesus fucking Christ, man. Reel it in. I get it. We get it. You don't like the Democrats don't like you. Fucking relax. And on that point, shout out to Representative Al Green, who's the absolute man, and also shout out to Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib, who are also awesome, because they gave us the best moments of the night. Al Green was holding up a sign at the beginning that said, "Black people aren't apes." And of course, that's in reference to Trump reposting those videos that had Michelle Obama and Barack Obama as apes. So Al Green holds that up. One of the other Republicans snatched it from him on the way out and ripped up the sign. I mean, there's a lot you can say about that, right? I mean, just absolutely disgusting. And Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib, at one point, they started screaming at Trump. And I believe Ilhan was saying to him,
and probably illegal.
"You killed Americans," which is absolutely true. Renee Nicole Good, Alex Preddy, ICE murdering innocent people. They screamed that to him. And he was shaking his head like, "You're a disgrace. You're a disgrace." So that was probably, honestly, the best moments of the night, where the Democrats stood up and resisted and fought back. There was another point where one of them screamed, "You lie."
Okay, I'm just going to take a quick break here because I've realized that we haven't taken a single actual break. We're going to come right back to Kyle, but I just want to remind everybody, since we've been going 5 hours, that this show is completely funded by individuals like you. That's right, without donations from space fams who enjoy watching the show, we would cease to exist. Thankfully, we have a lot of great ways for you to show your support. YouTube, Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, Throne, and Patreon. Of course, Patreon's the very best way to get the most base benefits for your Earth dollars. $3 a month. That's all it takes. All right, back to Kyle.
You're lying at Trump when Trump repeated that, "I stopped 8 wars. That's what I did. I stopped 8 wars. And then I think Democrats didn't clap. And he goes, "Why didn't you clap?" And somebody goes, "You're lying. That's why we're not clapping. You're fucking making it up. Like, that's why we're not clapping, because you're a fucking bullshitter." So those were some of the spicier moments. At the beginning, the Republican politicians were like falling all over themselves to take selfies with Trump. To me, it looked so unserious. It looked so stupid. Like, what a joke of a country that the pedophile war criminal president is walking up the aisle and you have these Republican sycophants slurping his ball sweat, desperately trying to get pictures so they can post it on their shitty social media, okay? Also, fuck John Fetterman. He was shaking Trump's hand at the beginning, and he also wore a suit, which by my count is only the second time he's ever worn a suit, because he wore it for when Netanyahu was in town, because he loves war criminals, and now he wears it for Trump. He also loves pedophiles.
He's a
who are
sleazebag.
also war criminals. So, hate that guy. He's Diet MAGA. He's the definition of Diet MAGA. We also had, at the beginning, Trump mentioned Melania. Everybody started clapping like she was a Make-A-Wish kid or something like that. It was kind of embarrassing. At the beginning, Trump said, "Our nation is back. We're bigger, better, richer, stronger than ever before." And it was at that moment where I was like, oh my God, it's going to be a long night. I can't take this bullshit, this like rah-rah nonsense, grab your pom-poms, pretend like everything's awesome. Meanwhile, you're at 36% approval rating, dog. Everybody hates you. Literally nobody likes you, except the Kool-Aid drinking cult, and even some of them are dipping, okay? So I knew it was going to be a long night when I heard that. Trump bemoaned at one point that he inherited a bunch of wars from Joe Biden. Apparently he hated that so much that he started a bunch of new wars on top of those wars. So, ain't that something? I also said, I'm sure the fact checkers are going to hang themselves after this, because somebody tweeted, in the first 10 minutes, he already had like 23 lies or something like that. He lied about creating 70,000 manufacturing jobs. That's a total lie. In fact, in his first term, we lost about 200,000. In his second term, we killed about 775,000 manufacturing jobs that Biden brought back. And then on top of that, it's like another 68,000 or 100,000 that he killed because of his dumbass tariffs that he's implementing in this giant trade war that he launched, which the Supreme Court tried to save us from, but Trump is still trying to do the tariffs even after that. He also bragged about stealing Venezuelan oil. Of course, he didn't mention that he's taking the money and putting it in a private account of his in Qatar, doing like old school mafia greed and corruption, and just taking the money for himself while he's pretending like he's doing something good for the people of Venezuela and for the American people. There was a really weird moment where he did the whole like, we're winning too much. You're going to get so tired of winning under me. You're going to say, please, sir, stop winning. And I'm going to say, no, we're not going to stop winning. We're going to keep winning. He did that whole bit. And it just like, as he was talking, in my mind, immediately I started picturing Celtic Shaq. I mean, he is so washed. The bit is so old and so stale and so tired. It's not fucking cute. It's not funny. And he used that to segue into showing the men's hockey team, the USA men's hockey team, which, by the way, fuck those guys, okay? I'll say it. I know a lot of you, oh, they won the gold medal for you. I don't give a fuck. Fuck those guys. They decided to hang out with the pedophile war criminal, so they're going to get some smoke, all right? There were, I thought it was only one hockey team player that didn't show up.
That's exactly what I was saying, though. Fuck those guys. They showed up to be pawns for Donald Trump at his stupid 2-hour-long State of the Union. Go fuck yourselves. Anybody who showed up for that nonsense, go
like
fuck
4 or
yourself.
5. So shout out to those 4 or 5 that didn't go, and shout out to the women's team who I think rejected the invitation. Let me know if that's true, guys, in the comment section below. We also had Trump continuously bragging about his billionaire tax cuts, even at this late date, lying about what was in his tax cut bill, pretending like, oh, this is great for the working class, and bragging about the billionaire tax cuts. That was one of the ones where when he said it, the Democrats didn't clap. And Trump goes, why aren't you clapping? I don't understand. Why aren't you? Oh, I don't know, maybe because your tax cuts are for the fucking Epstein class? Come on! You asshole. Jesus Christ. He also this was weird, he did this rant against economists where he called them out over being against tariffs, and then he parlayed that into repeatedly calling out the Supreme Court to their face and whining over his recent loss on the tariffs case. And that reminded me, I had flashbacks to Obama mildly disagreeing with the Supreme Court, and then that became like a big scandal at the time. Ooh, should you say anything that even slightly disagrees with the Supreme Court in your State of the Union address? And here's Trump, who took it like 10 times further. It was like, they did a horrible decision, a stupid decision. And they're all sitting there like...
Yeah, I almost stopped it, like right there, while we were doing the live stream. I was like, oh my God, look at them. And he's got the look exactly right. They look like a bunch of children who are being like reprimanded by daddy. Like, they all look just genuinely shocked and appalled, disturbed. He was just there berating these Supreme Court justices to their face. It was wild.
Not knowing what to do. So classic Trump, always taking it above and beyond. At some point, the speech just became like an unhinged rally speech that was packed full of lies. At one point, he said, quote, "This should be my third term." And that's after lying about lowering prescription drug prices. The Democrats did that, and Biden did that. He took credit for it and then said, "This should be my third term." He also plugged Trump RX, which is a total scam. If you don't know the specifics of that, do yourself a favor, and you can check out the video that we did on that. There was another point where he said that he's going to protect Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security. And this is literally after kicking 18 million people off of Medicaid. It is so disgusting how much he lies. This post-truth, post-facts world is insufferable. And Republicans clapped for his brazen lie. And then, by the way, Trump pointed at Democrats and said, "They're not going to protect Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security. I will." You already didn't. You already cut. Oh, my God, I can't. I can't with these people. At one point, he decided to turn the speech into a Klan speech, and he started going after Somali fraud. And this is after he pardoned at least 45 white-collar criminals, many of them fraudsters. So as he's pardoning the worst fraudsters in the country, he's lying about Somali fraud and acting like that's a bigger thing than it really is. Because this is what they do. It's demagoguery is what it is. We also had, I tweeted at one point, the guy currently building 23 concentration camps and ripping up the Constitution to detain brown people and dissidents is still demagoguing about open borders, despite the fact that Biden deported more people than he did. The number, they go back to that well all the time. Open borders, open borders, open borders. Biden deported like double the number of people he did. It's just a lie, and it's this zombie lie that has taken hold, where I even see some Democrats play along with this.
Videos aren't
like
real.
The border was actually open under Joe Biden, when it was no such thing, not at all. In fact, he kept a lot of the Trump policies in place far too long, which got him deserved criticism from his left. Again, shout out to Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib. They were some of the bright spots of the night. Trump, in a very dystopian fashion, asked Congress to pass his election rigging bill, the SAVE Act. That was incredibly disturbing. Aaron Rupar tweeted this moment. Trump, who, of course, is profiting a gazillion dollars from his crypto scam and all the other scams that he's running, all the money he's making from foreign governments and foreign billionaires. Trump said at one point, quote, "Let's ensure that members of Congress cannot corruptly profit from using insider information." And then he says, "Did Nancy Pelosi stand up?" I doubt it. Did Nancy Pelosi stand up? Motherfucker, you've made billions of dollars while in the White House. You violate the Emoluments Clause literally on a daily basis, okay? And you're talking about Nancy Pelosi's corruption? Look, I've criticized the insider stock trading. I think it should be banned, of course. I'm against it when Democrats do it, of course. But you have to be fucking kidding me with this false equivalence bullshit. I'm sorry. The amount of corruption that, like, a Hunter Biden did versus the Trump family, it's not even close. Give me Burisma all day, every day over what the Trump crime family is doing right in front of our eyes. It's embarrassing that anybody would even dare try to do a false equivalence on this. Hunter Biden, like, sold some paintings and made, like, a couple $1,000. Meanwhile, you got the Trump kids who set up a literal club where you have to pay $500,000 to join, and the whole point is pay-to-play corruption. That Trump has a pay-to-play pardon scheme. You go to Mar-a-Lago and give him $1 million, he'll pardon whoever the fuck you want. This is how corrupt they are. They've destroyed our government. They've gone full oligarchy, full kleptocracy right in front of our eyes. Jesus Christ. Trump also said at one point, the only way the Democrats win is if they cheat. And what you need to understand is, this is yet another sign, he's going to try to steal the election. He's going to do it. Just wake up to that fact now, adjust to that reality now. The Democrats need to plan, because it is happening. It is going down. There's no way around it. When he says shit like that, you know he's going to start screaming and crying and bitching and moaning and saying it's fraudulent as soon as Democrats are up in any of the midterm elections. We all know that's what's going to happen. Let's stop pretending like anything else is it's even possible for anything else to happen, okay? Trump also did this whole we defeated inflation. We defeated inflation. He lied about the gas price numbers, which everybody sort of pointed out immediately. And here's a little dose of reality for you. Elizabeth Warren posted this, that as Trump is saying inflation is defeated, coffee is up 18%, ground beef is up 17%, cereal is up 6%, bananas up 5%, fish up 5%, and cookies are up 5%. And that's just a handful of examples. While we're on the topic of hands, Trump's hand was literally like rotting away right in front of our eyes, okay? He caked on the makeup, and it was like this weird yellowy color, but I think the reason it was this weird like brownish yellow color is because the hand is so purple from the bruising that when you put the makeup on it, it becomes that.
Really? How did I not even notice that? You can't, what? When? Huh? Hold on. No, you bastard. Why would you do this? This is not what I asked. This is not what I told you to do. This is clearly not what I told you to do. That's wild. It's a wild choice. Yo, really though? Yeah. That really. Oh, damn. Daily Beast. Trump 79 slathers bruised hand in makeup for State of the Union speech. The president's bruise first drew attention 1 year ago today. Donald Trump again covered his bruised hand in makeup, this time for his first official State of the Union address of his second term. Are there photos of this? Damn. Look at that. That looks fucked up. That looks fucked up. that is a fucked up looking hand right there, dude. Oh boy. Woof. It's like that thing is it's like black. Oh my, he must have gotten his Alzheimer's medication like today. He must have gotten the injection right before the speech. Fascinating. I did not notice that. Some people were really focused in.
So they're still hiding from us. It's crazy nobody talks about this anymore, but they are clearly still hiding something major from us. What the fuck is he having injected in his hands every 2 or 3 weeks? Because he's having something injected. There's no way around. That's not from handshaking. That's not from like bumping into a table as they've lied to us and said. That is from an injection. What the fuck are you injecting into him? Because the concern is it's this drug called Leqembi. Leqembi, for those of you who don't know, it treats the early stages of Alzheimer's. Trump's dad died at 86 with Alzheimer's, a severe case of Alzheimer's. Trump is 3 to 15 times more prone to get it because of his family history. Does he already have it? Does the president of the United States have Alzheimer's and they're fucking hiding it? It is very possible. It is very possible. I should also point out, somebody posted here, members of Congress are literally falling asleep as Trump slurs and rambles incoherently. And I think they show Tom Suozzi, who's falling asleep here, who's a Democrat. I was watching the ABC News live feed, and there was a different congressman who also was falling asleep, and they showed him on camera. So I already saw two firsthand myself. There's a lot of fucking people in that room. I gotta be honest with you, we're probably at double digits people who were falling asleep during the thing. And I honestly believe it's because super long, but also, like I said, he morphed into low energy Jeb. He kept morphing into low energy Jeb, and he could barely stay awake. His eyes were barely open. You also had Trump. There were like 3 different occasions where he starts going into excruciating detail about these gruesome crimes. So Aaron Rupar posted one of these. Trump is now talking about women being stabbed to death in bathtubs. And then I pointed out, the reason why Trump keeps bringing up these particular crimes is to demagogue about black and brown people being bad. I'm not kidding. That's actually what he's doing there. So they bring up the angel moms, and here's an undocumented immigrant, or as they say, an illegal alien that killed somebody. They use that to try to demagogue against all undocumented immigrants, even though, as you all know, undocumented immigrants commit crime at a much lower rate than native-born American citizens, right? But that's what they do. That's the whole point of bringing that up. They also brought the mother of that girl who died when she was sitting on a bus and some psychotic guy behind her, like, stabbed her to death. Remember that? The right made a big deal about that. Gee, I wonder why the right made a big deal about that. Could it be because the guy who crashed out and had the mental health episode and murdered her was black? So that's the point. He brings up these cases where it's like an immigrant committing a crime or a black person committing a crime. And, it's not subtle. Like, the subtext is not subtle. What you're saying here is black people bad, brown people bad, immigrants bad, and, like, feeding the base the red meat. And then you guys chastise and berate Democrats. Why aren't you clapping for this and standing up for this? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because you're trying to fucking demagogue against millions of people because you're fucking disgusting bigots. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why they're not standing up and clapping. Speaking of not clapping, there was one person who stood up and clapped when Trump brought up the Dow, which, by the way, I predicted. I predicted he was going to bring the Dow at 50,000. One person clapped when he said that one. That was hilarious. I couldn't get over the lying about stopping 8 wars thing, which he did again. The irony about lying about stopping 8 wars is just over the top because he's bombing Somalia, Nigeria, Iran, Yemen, Venezuela, Syria, Iraq, and threatened Panama, Canada, Mexico, Greenland, and more. So as he says, I stopped 8 wars. It's like, not only did you not stop 8 wars, you didn't stop any wars, actually. And you're starting a bunch of new ones. So I can't, man. He also, a number of times, he just lost it for a second. Like, he was mumbling about Iran and trying to fearmonger about them. And he said that Iran killed millions of people with roadside bombs. So, like, usually I could come up, okay, what is he trying to say? I can find a way to, like, piece it together. Oh, here's what he meant. I got nothing here. Iran killed millions of people with roadside... Like, what the fuck are you babbling about, son? He doesn't even know what he means when he says that. He also bragged about murdering Qasem Soleimani in his first term, and he got a bunch of applause for that. Meanwhile, Qasem Soleimani was a top Iranian commander who was literally fighting ISIS at the time. And Trump lured him by saying they were going to negotiate and then murdered him in a terror attack. Okay? This is who this guy is, which is why I don't trust a word he's saying about, like, the negotiations continuing with Iran, because he's done this trick before where he's like, oh, yeah, let's negotiate, and then he just fucking murders people, right? So just absolutely, positively disgusting. He even told a joke about murdering the fishermen in the Caribbean. He joked about, like, the fishing industry is not doing too good down there. Yeah, it's so funny. It's so funny that you killed 133 fishermen. Like, wildly illegally under U.S. law and international law. And it's so bad that the admiral who oversees that region literally stepped down because he's like, I don't want to fucking be a part of this anymore. I want nothing to do with this, and I think you're violating a number of different laws. Aaron Rupar also said this moment stood out here where Trump's trying to tell a story. He says, quote, even as he was gushing blood, which was flowing back down the ILK helicopter lands at a steep angle. The machine gun stood right in front of him. It was right in front of him 2 machine gunners who escaped the wrath of the previous planes. Go ahead, try to make sense of that. This is what happens when, you're 80 years old, it's past your bedtime, your eyes are 90% closed, and you're trying to read through the fucking teleprompter right in front of you, and you're failing miserably. So, at the end of the day here, we're going to go ahead and give that an F-. The people who saved the day and are the stars of tonight, I'd say Al Green, Ilhan Omar, and Rashida Tlaib. And, fuck, man, I can't believe we got 3 more years of this, bro. I can't.
Omega Star just shared 100 bits. When does the hospital ship arrive in Greenland?
Does the hospital ship arrive in Greenland? Yeah, good question. I saw that story. God. We've got a freaking moron.
We have a demented, unintelligent person
running the United States of America.
You're a little baby.
Kyle is at the end of his rope over here. Okay. All right. I think we've broken Kyle. Also, thank you, Megastar, for the bits over there on Twitch. Greatly appreciate that. Alright, I gotta figure out what next. What we should do next here. I wasn't planning on doing any like a full show today. Just the State of the Union. Trying to keep this to State of the Union related stuff. How's everybody holding up after that? It was pretty terrible. It was pretty terrible for me, not gonna lie. Not a good time. You all made it bearable. Having you all here. At least improved it enough for me not to gouge my own eyes out. Jesus Christ. This guy is demented. He's demented, fully demented. I feel like I think that speech broke the internet. Did Hassan not react? Did Hassan do a live stream of this? Anybody? I feel like we could do that as bonus content. Watch Hassan react to this shit. You set an alarm to watch the speech, and yet you slept straight through it. Wow. Honestly, I'm a little jealous. I'm a little jealous of you. I wish I could say... Did Hassan stop streaming to YouTube? Do you think Twitch paid him off? I think they did. I think they were like watching one of my streams when I told them to give Hassan millions of dollars to never stream on YouTube again. I think it happened. Because he was streaming to YouTube and then all of a sudden he just stopped. Like 3 weeks ago. He just... done. It seems weird. Like, I bet they gave him like $5 million. They're like, Hassan, please never stream on YouTube ever again. We'll give you $5 million and a really big hug. I love how there's people in Hassan's chat right now, even though he's totally not live. Like, there's probably more people in Hassan's chat right now than there are in my Twitch chat, but he's not live. You think it stopped because it split up his viewership? There we go. That took forever to load. What the fuck?
There are much larger, much more consequential things happening against Zoran, whether it be the working family parties.
Zohran Mamdani
was a NATO defender and wanted to kill Trump because he loves NATO and Trump was going to brick NATO. He wanted to defend Ukraine. Also a former Trump supporter.
Cumpliendo 3 o 4 años en el 2026, usted puede registrarlos gratis en el programa Kinder 3 o Prekinder de la ciudad de Wobegon. Pero debe registrarse el 27 de febrero, que es la fecha.
Right?
Ben Shabibo.
It's Jewish Insider, a
Close it up,
newspaper,
just like my wife's
outlet,
vagina.
A Zionist outlet.
Where is the Trump speech? Oh, here it is.
Chose Amy Coney Barrett for the bench.
Damn, Hassan really does. I mean, I mean, I'm one to talk. Yesterday's stream was 10 hours long. It's longer than this stream. But look, listen, forget it.
Including the 3 that he's appointed.
Mark, just because we're reaching the top of the hour and we are minutes away from the president.
A 60-second ad break. Just kidding. I'm not going to do an ad break, but you can still subscribe at the top of the hour to the Piker Broadcasting Service. We are near the beginning of the State of the Union. This will be the longest State of the Union in the history of States of the Union. You can subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service, PBS, for tomorrow's news today. Usher kind of glowing. That's right. She is my queen. My queen Usher. And my other queen, Ivanka.
Be best.
Why long? Because Donald Trump never stops yapping. He never shuts the fuck up. Dane is insane. Thank you. Ashwin Chicago. Thank you. Hassan's New Pharmacist. Thank you for the 5 gifted.
Then Donald Trump's at this point in his presidency for the same reason.
I will spam the soundboard for you, King.
You've got to move on that.
We're looking at the First Lady coming in to the chamber now, kissing her son, Barron, and her stepdaughter right next to him.
Be best.
And now it'll be, of course, the President of the United States will be coming in just moments away now.
Hold on, I need to fix that sound
and
shot.
as they all have special guests as well. We know that guests of the President will be Erica Kirk.
I would lose my mind if
Ashton
Gold is invited. That would be fucking
Gary
awesome.
Beckstrom, the parents of Army Specialist Sarah Beckstrom, the West Virginia National Guard member who was killed in that DC ambush just a day before Thanksgiving. The First Lady has a 10-year-old Alpha School student, an AI advocate, and TEDx speaker that will be with her as MC of the Secretary.
Sorry, I had to do that.
There that just walked in. We're seeing our Health and Human Services Secretary, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. You see Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, and now moments away, we will see the President of the United States. I think Attorney General Pam Bondi as well.
I really hope Asmongold's there,
the
bro.
House chamber. We are now minutes away from the start of President Trump's State of the Union address. The president will make his way.
They got like a
through
plastic
the halls
wrap around him.
Some of the most historic
Plastic wrap around the chairs. They put him in a bubble.
Capitol.
You're kind of like a snotty face
clouds and
bitch.
all.
We will take that speech live. Our special coverage continues right now.
Tonight, President Trump's State of the Union address. His
Dun, 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 dun.
Now, First Lady Melania Trump enters the House chamber.
The president's cabinet.
Dun, 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 dun.
Just heard the president's cabinet is now
So
entering.
do soundboard bingo
Let's
card.
talk about the role of Marco Rubio. He certainly seems to have risen, or I mean, how is he being perceived? Do you think?
Who would
by the
Barron
president?
invite? Nick Shitley or Aiden Ross?
That of Marco Rubio sitting in the Oval Office wearing the hat of every possible job that there could be in the government. That is his role right now, is that he is the fixer of everything that President Trump wants to get done, whether it is
Nick Shitley is there, by
wherever
the way.
in
It's
the
not even
world
a
that
joke.
it is. And for him, that actually is probably a great thing because it speaks to the confidence that the president has in him. It speaks to his competency and his ability to navigate this complex MAGA ideology with real foreign policy, and that is not
there's
easy
Kristi
to do.
Noem entering the House, where she served. I served with her in Congress. But look at the visual here. So Democrats boycott, and what do you have? You have Republicans lining both sides of the aisle, which is not the norm for a State of the Union. You usually have Dems that are there super early and Republicans there super early, camped out.
They have their REI tent.
Oh yeah, and it's like they bring their breakfast, lunch, and snacks. It's a ridiculous thing. But they're all lined up there, and Republicans on both sides. You're going to see an enthusiastic response from that chamber. That had the Democrats been there, they could have actually delivered a separate message in this moment. And instead, they're leaving it to be much more of a rally.
Megastar, thank you for the gifted sub. Incredibly generous of you. Is Manda in here? Yeah. Enjoyed that.
A rally for Republicans. I think that's an interesting visual that the Democrats gave away.
Russ Vought, who's a very important
Tulsi Gabbard
member of the cabinet.
And there's Jameson Greer, the U.S. Trade Representative.
Yeah, I still think, I mean, going back to this, there's an anxiety that's palpable in the country about the economy. There's an anxiety about the fact that the president is distracted from dealing with the economy, that his policies have set people behind. And then you have this thing, given both what happened in Venezuela, what happened in Nigeria, what happened in Iran before, and what's about to happen in Iran, and it's never been explained. And this is a country with a nervousness and an anxiety that we're not taking care of business for tomorrow. And I think the President of the United States knows that given this election, and given that if he doesn't turn the dynamics around with this speech and other actions, he's going to have a Democratic House and Senate. And that's going to, and that will change his final 2 years of his presidency. So a lot is riding on this for him, and I just think that's a dynamic that is almost impossible to succeed at.
I do think to this point about what Democrats are or aren't doing tonight, the leadership's decision to send a clear message that if you can't sit down and behave, don't come, that probably might end up being the right call, because creating a scene in that room, I don't know that that works for Democrats. So for the people who didn't think that they could sit there without reacting, them not being in the room,
Well,
I'm not sure it's going to make a difference to the people
I think the
at
people
home,
that are
one
likely
way
to
or
stand
another.
up on the Democratic side will be there in force. We noticed my friend and former colleague Al Green. He showed up. He made a scene last time. Dating back to my time, sitting in the same row with my calm, quiet colleagues from South Carolina.
You mean Schumer and
Barack Obama's
Lutnick
president,
shaking
and
hands?
Joe Wilson
called him a liar.
Yeah.
So
Two people that are
The commentary at CNN is so trash.
I think this will be a bad precedent for the Democrats, that they will rue the day they did this by not showing up. It's JV.
There's the White House Chief of Staff right next to Kristi Noem as well. Jake, let's go back to you.
Thanks so much. Yeah, Kristi Noem, who is, I think it's fair to use the term controversial and possibly even embattled, the Secretary of the Department of Health I'm sorry, Department of Homeland Security. There is the president's family. We have Tiffany, Don Jr., Eric, Ivanka, and Barron, who is in college. There is Energy Secretary Chris Wright. Is that correct, Caitlin?
That is.
Okay. And there's, of course, the First Lady,
Yep.
Melania Trump.
Everyone hates us for
First Lady
watching
and
this.
Producer of a documentary about Melania Trump.
What do you mean?
Melania
Midas Touch is watching it.
Controversially run on Amazon. And we're playing the parlor game, right, of trying
You're
to figure
behind,
out who the
skip forward. No,
designated survivor.
CNN live feed is always on like a 2-minute delay. I know. When the thing actually starts, I'll move away. Holy shit, he's here. Asmongold spotted. They brought him out, dude. Predictably, it's late.
Viewers and more importantly our voters at home, you're going to see something you maybe have never seen before on live television, which is parts of this chamber empty. More than 30 Democrats are protesting the State of the Union. Lawmakers, both senators, members of the House, and they decided not to show up. So we are thinking at some point we're going to see empty seats once everyone sits down. Ryan Nobles is live for us right now inside the chamber. Ryan, what do we expect to see with all those Democrats out protesting outside of Capitol Hill?
Do you think you'll ever get to attend the State of the Union in your lifetime? Like, if a Hassan Abihed ever becomes president and invites you, I'll probably be dead before that happens. Let's be real.
Gets in this room and actually takes to the lectern whether or not those areas will begin to fill out. But we are now talking more than 30, perhaps as many as 40 members of the House and Senate on the Democratic side choosing not to attend this speech here tonight. Many of them participating in what they're calling the People's State of the Union down on the National
There's the
Mall.
goat.
This is a different form of protest for Democrats and one that is definitely
President
different.
of the United States.
You see that the president has entered the chamber. He knows this moment is a pivotal moment for him. He is saying, and we should point out, John took the
beginning of the rise of the Antichrist.
They're going to be like, the Democrats hate America because they didn't clap for the fucking hockey team. That's what they're going to do. They love doing this, where they'll bring up like victims of like immigrant crime or whatever, and they'll be like, see, Democrats fucking love when, people die in the hands of immigrants because they weren't sufficiently patriotic in that moment. It's either the force their hand into clapping as though that fucking means anything, or if they don't sufficiently clap, they'll say Democrats are sufficiently patriotic. By the way, real shame for the fucking, this will be remembered. That is an unironic shame for the hockey team. It's not an honor to be there for Donald Trump. I will say it. I don't really give a shit that much. But straight up, you are fucking pawns, okay? You are 100% pawns for the Nazi government, and the fact.
It's exactly what I said. I'm glad we all agree. I'm glad that we all agree on this. All these guys can go fuck themselves.
The fact that you're willingly participating in this song and dance implies that you don't really give a shit. You don't really see it. You'll turn around and try to hit the apolitical line and go, oh, well, it's the American government. Like, this is for America. We did it for America. No, the fuck. It won't be read that way. It will be remembered not as fondly as you think it will be.
So as did the American...
like those black and white photos that you see from like Nazi rallies and shit like that? This will be in history. This will not be remembered fondly if we have a future at all.
Omega Star just cheered 100 bits. Fuck the men's hockey team.
Hey, thank you for the bits, Omega Star. Much appreciated.
They were in the Oval Office before, and I just want to say a second very big congratulations to Team USA. But I have to say that, and I told them this, and we took a vote of the team. I said, anybody votes no, I'm not doing it. So they stood there, and they weren't about to say no, because I've never seen a goaltender play as well as goalie Connor Hellebuck.
Wait, Asmongold is there. The women's team is not allowed to show up. I don't think the women's team would come if they were invited.
Think of it, 46 shots on goal, and I asked him, the one shot, the one where you put your stick in the back and it hit the neck of your stick and bounced off. Do you practice that, or was that?
Oh, the women's team declined?
He refused to answer that question. But I just want to tell you that the members of this great hockey squad will be very happy to hear, based on their vote and my vote, and in this case my vote was more important, that I will soon be presenting Connor with our highest civilian honor, which we will be given and which has been given to many athletes over the years. But when I say many, not too many, like 12, it's called the highest civilian honor in our country, the Presidential Medal of Freedom.
Dog, the last guy that got was Rush Limbaugh. Last guy that Trump gave that to was Rush Limbaugh. I'm just saying. Just saying.
Great athletes have gotten that, very great, the best, and I thought he deserved it. And I did take a vote, every single one of them. I said, I'm not giving it if anybody goes no, and every single one of them rapidly put up their hand. So I want to thank you. What a special job you did. What special champions you are. Thank you very much. I'm also pleased to say that the next time the Olympic torch is lit, it will be here in America for the 2028 Olympics, and it's the summer version right in Los Angeles. We're going to do a good job in Los Angeles. And Los Angeles is going to be safe, just like Washington, D.C. is now one of the safest cities in the country.
Uh-oh, that's a threat, bro. He said we're going to invade Los Angeles.
And this year, and I must say I got them both. I got them in my first term, and I was disappointed because I didn't think I'd be the president when this happened. But strange things took place. And now I've got them.
Did you hear that? Did everybody hear that? The second that Donald Trump said Los Angeles, Hassan got a text message.
And I was disappointed because I didn't think I'd be the president when this happened. But strange things took place. And now I've got them because I got the Olympics and I got the 2026 FIFA World Cup. And I wanted to claim the 250th, but I didn't get away with that one. I couldn't claim that one for myself. But we're getting the World Cup, so we have the World Cup and the Olympics coming, and that is exciting news. So this will be a year to celebrate our country and the heroes who have kept it free. Men like Buddy Taggart. At age 17, Buddy volunteered to defend America in World War II, serving in the Pacific under the great General Douglas MacArthur.
Dog, you're literally a Nazi.
Battle of Manila.
You're literally
so
a
hard.
Nazi.
He was badly wounded and almost killed by enemy machine guns in Luzon.
Like, oh, wow. Remember the last time we fought fascism? Well, fascism won. You know, they're inside of the White House
It's one
now.
of the largest anywhere in the world. But he earned many honors, including a Purple Heart and a Bronze Star, came home, started a family, and tonight he is in the gallery looking forward to July 4th, 2026, his 100th birthday.
Wow.
No idea what you're talking about, sir.
Bro, you think he's aware of what's going on? That motherfucker is oblivious of the fact that it's the Nazis have won, okay?
So, buddy, you're a brave man, and we salute you.
We should make him a senator while he's there, you know what I mean?
Heartache, the spirit of 1776 has always shown.
The spirit of 1776. The spirit of 1776. This was so fucking dumb. This was just such a shameful moment in our country's history. It was the worst, one of the worst years ever, I think, in American history. And he spent 2 hours talking about it, / giving awards to random people that happened to fit a particular narrative. It was a disgusting political show that did nothing to bring the American people together.
It was July 4th of last year when floodwaters tore through a girls' summer camp in Central Texas. One of the worst things I've ever seen. I was there, rising 26 feet in the matter of minutes, tragically claiming many, many lives. You all remember that one? As the waters threatened to sweep her away, 11-year-old Millie Kate McClelland closed her eyes and prayed to God. She thought she was going to die. Those prayers were answered when Coast Guard rescue swimmer Scott Ruskin descended from a helicopter above. Nobody knew where he came from. It was Scott's first ever rescue mission. A young guy, but very brave, very, very top.
Okay.
Always top in his class, and he lifted not just Billy Kate, but 164.
All right, I'm skipping way to the end to see what Hassan said after this speech was over, because I cannot watch this again. I really can't. I'm trying it. I'm just like hearing it again. I'm like, no, I can't do it. Physically incapable. Physically cannot do it. Oh, God, and it's Nancy Pelosi. Great.
It did actually not, he didn't make any mention of Jeffrey Epstein during that speech, despite the fact that there were some survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's in the chamber.
Many were.
What did you make of that moment?
Well, it was, again, I don't even know if that was State of the Nation speech. You know, it's in the Constitution that the president shall send a statement of the State of the Nation. It doesn't. It can only be it can be in a manila envelope. It doesn't have to be a speech, but it's become a speech. But he ignored the State of the Nation, and the State of the Nation is about our integrity as well. Freedom of the press, independence of the judiciary, rule of the law, all of that, separation of power. Forget it with him.
Uh-oh. CNN live stream bricked.
And so the fact that He knows this is a vulnerability.
This interviewer
And
has
we've
a
had
crazy
lots
jawline. She mogs your shit. We're so
of
broken.
people who have been survivors in the community. And that's why the American people are so insistent on that this thing has continued. But the fact that he didn't mention it shows his vulnerability, his exposure in all of this.
Madam Speaker, before you go, this is your last State
Omega
of the
Star
Union
just
address
cheered
as
100
a member
bits.
of Congress.
Why don't the Dems
I-
have a Katie Britt to entertain us?
Yeah, that's a good question. Why don't we have a Katie Britt?
We have covered a number of ones that you were
You're about
the
to be
speaker for,
valuetained.
and I wanted to show you a couple moments that stick in our minds from your being House Speaker during a State of the
Oh,
Union
come on.
address.
Oh,
Take a
come on,
look.
come on, come on. Why is this relevant? Oh, my God.
Tonight, I have the high privilege and distinct honor of my own as the first president to begin the State of the Union message with these words: Madam Speaker.
Dude, America was so woke. It's kind of crazy. Like, we really have gotten way less woke over the years on some issues. It's kind of wild to think about. Yeah. That was so powerful when she ripped that apart. That was so sick. Yo, she fucking mogged, dude. We have devolved when you think about it. I mean, George W. Bush was a fucking monster. Ay.
Politics in America, in a way.
Well, the thing is that I didn't tear up his speech because we didn't shake hands. I tore up his speech because it was a manifesto of lies, as this speech was tonight. So he's consistent with what he's doing. But the speaker did not choose to tear up his speech. Let me just say one more thing, though.
Yeah.
On Iran, because this is very important. We all agree that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. President Obama masterfully, with great virtuosity, had a diplomatic solution to how we would have a nuclear agreement with Iran. He turned that around, he rejected that, cast it aside, and now is using threat of military and the rest.
Oh
It's
my
so
God.
ridiculous.
What is she saying?
Canadians, I have a question, by the way. Canadians in chat, what are y'all going to do about all these fucking American hockey players that played for the American Olympic team that went to smile next to Donald Trump? They're going to come back to Ottawa and all these other, like...
Oh God, I can't do it. This was the worst. This was the fucking worst. I'm not gonna lie. Okay. So I think I'm gonna do is I'm gonna end our coverage of this horrifying speech from Donald Trump. We know the State of the Union.
Awful. Weak.
You're
hurting the kids.
And yet the stream's not going to completely end. I will do a after hours galactic late night chill stream, whatever we call it around here. Good God.
We have a
This is
demented,
disturbing.
unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Well, we got through another stream. It's quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we got through it together. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Until I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W., Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Arwall by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Calibrating, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anticorporist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoa, Nadia, Choki, Scout, Selena, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, D. Cypher, Icebreaker, Columbia, Rica, New York, Woodland, Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Herman Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori, Lunchmeat, Carl, Gaslight, Democracy, Paige Larson, Frizzla, Benny Hanna, 99, Arg Sparkle, CJ from the 6, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, and The Anarchist. That's right, all of these people here have helped produce the show, which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon.